What does it take to truly accept someone? Should she rush up, hug him, and shout, "Darling, let's be together"? Or should she cling to him constantly, asking, "Honey, is there anything I can do for you?" Or perhaps lean in, grab his arm, and act spoiled? Wait, what did people even say when they were acting spoiled? Just thinking about those scenes made Bian Changxi shudder. Although she had spent a few years in her past life with a reputation for messy relationships, she had always kept a strict limit on physical intimacy. Her mindset back then had been completely different. She truly lacked experience in genuine romance. When she was with Bai Heng, everything had been simple, pure, and natural. At that age, who had so many complicated thoughts? When Gu Shu came out, he saw her squatting on the floor with her chin resting on the back of her hands. Her eyes were flickering with uncertainty, and her expression was hesitant. Milk at her feet was mimicking her almost exactly. The only difference was that one was squatting, while the other was lying prone. Gu Shu's forehead creased slightly. When did this guy get here? Bian Changxi followed his gaze. Milk? I don't know. He had been in the room just a moment ago. She had told him to go to sleep first. When did he sneak down? Milk pushed himself up from his prone position, his eyes shining as he stared at the plate in Gu Shu's hand. He sniffed the air and let out a long, appreciative sigh. Bian Changxi's lips twitched. However, the scent really was incredible. She immediately forgot her worries and took a sniff herself, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the plate. You're finished. It smells amazing. Gu Shu paused, then helplessly turned back to the kitchen. He grabbed another bowl and scooped some portions from the two plates into it. That bowl became Milk's. Both Bian Changxi and Milk were satisfied. The two humans and one beast began eating rapidly at the dining table. The food was so delicious that Bian Changxi nearly swallowed her tongue. Heavens, it really was tasty. This wasn't just some psychological effect. It was genuinely exquisite, fragrant, crispy, refreshing, and smooth, with a complexity of flavors. She marveled, "You're amazing. A total polymath. It's the same ingredients, so how does it turn out so differently when you make it?" Gu Shu smiled, his tone half serious. Before I joined the military, my greatest ambition was to be a chef. I practiced. To think he had such an ambition. Truly, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. If you like it, I'll cook for you more often in the future. Bian Changxi paused, then nodded. She lowered her head to quickly finish the food on her plate. Gu Shu watched her intently, and for a long time, a sense of warmth and joy radiated from the depths of his eyes. He hadn't prepared a large amount, as eating too much in the middle of the night wasn't good. After sharing some with Milk, there were only a few bites left, which were quickly finished. Bian Changxi rubbed her half-full belly and headed back to her room, feeling content. At the door, she called out to him, "Gu Shu." He turned around. "Get some rest early. Don't work too hard. Good night." With that, she closed the door. Gu Shu stood frozen in place for a long time. For some reason, a sudden wave of heat surged into his eyes. The next morning at the breakfast table, almost everyone sensed a change. The two people who usually interacted very little with the rest of the group suddenly had a lot of back and forth. Well, it was mostly Gu Shu. One moment he was picking up a fried dough stick for her, the next he was peeling an egg or leaning in to whisper something. No one at the table was an idiot. One look was all it took to understand what was going on. Bian Changxi felt a bit awkward. After all, they weren't alone. They all lived under the same roof, and she couldn't exactly treat the others like air. Lin Rongrong, Chen Yisha, and Aunt Zhao in particular kept shooting them suggestive looks. Gu Shu glanced around the room, and the onlookers quickly scattered. Xiao Yun made a face, but everyone understood the unspoken situation. Xiao Feng seemed lost in thought before suddenly asking, "Changxi, when will you be fully recovered?" Bian Changxi blinked. "It'll probably take a while longer." "Why?" He didn't look like he was just making small talk. Xiao Feng opened his mouth to speak, but then he sensed something and looked over. He met Gu Shu's smiling gaze, which held a faint chill and a clear warning. Recalling their private conversation, Xiao Feng sighed inwardly. He put on his usual elegant and composed smile. "It's nothing. I was just asking." The atmosphere became less relaxed after that. When Gu Shu was ready to head out after breakfast, he spoke to Bian Changxi as she saw him to the door. "Once we get to the capital, we definitely need to get a private courtyard. Just the two of us. These people are too much of a distraction." Bian Changxi blushed. She wasn't as quick to settle into the role as Gu Shu was. She felt like she was suffering from jet lag, still struggling to adapt. She shot him a look. "Could you really bear it? Whenever you went on missions before, you lived and ate with them, didn't you? Your bond is quite deep. Who told me to be the first one to escape bachelorhood?" He curled his lips, looking quite proud of himself. Of course, what he loved most was this unusual little expression of hers. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes slightly. "You're not the first. What about old Wu?" Wu Dalang and Su Chenxi actually had something going on. Even if Bian Changxi wasn't close to Su Chenxi, she had heard rumors and noticed things. "They're lukewarm. They don't count." Speaking of lukewarm, Bian Changxi remembered Chen Yisha's comment about being forceful. She looked away. By the way, about what Xiao Feng said. Gu Shu thought for a moment and decided to tell her the truth to prevent her from overthinking or hearing it from someone else. The people bitten by the insects and snakes have varying degrees of poisoning. Jiang City Hospital has over 100 of our own injured, and they've taken in over 400 other patients. Staffing will be tight lately. But don't worry, they can manage without you. Just focus on recovering. If you have the energy, practice your psychic ability. Don't worry about anything else, okay? So that was it. Hearing the slightly sour tone he used when mentioning her psychic ability, Bian Changxi smiled and nodded. "I understand." Gu Shu squeezed her hand. "Give me some time. I know there are some conflicts, but now isn't the time to discuss them. Before we set out, I will definitely handle it." Bian Changxi was touched. He saw everything. He probably wouldn't slight his brothers for her sake, but he also wouldn't let her suffer for theirs. "I know. It's not that serious. Don't worry, we won't end up in a fight. Also, if you go out, I mean though it's better if you don't, you must take Lin He and the others with you. Don't let Milk leave your side. If anything happens, contact me via the communicator." I know. Why have you suddenly become so naggy?" Bian Changxi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After a moment, she added, "By the way, have your people pay more attention to the state of the zombies and mutant flora and fauna around the base. I have a vague feeling of unease." Gu Shu's expression turned serious. "All right." She watched him leave, thinking to herself that with Gu Shu being so busy, his most important task was likely training the army and the hunting groups. Currently, there were 3,000 military elites who were completely loyal to him and met all the criteria. The number of people in the hunting groups had reached 7,000. These 10,000 people would follow him north in the future. They were essentially his second most important resource. These 10,000 would also bring along about 30,000 family members. The logistics and other tasks on the road could be handled by them. Any more people, and he feared it would affect their mobility. The stronger and more coordinated these 10,000 were, the more secure their journey would be. However, this plan was based on the premise that those staying in Sioux City would be safe and happy. If Gu Shu knew that the Sioux City base would eventually be destroyed, and that everyone who couldn't escape would become food for zombies and mutant beasts, he would probably change his plans. It might even turn into a mass migration. Knowing Gu Shu, that was highly likely. She wavered between telling him and keeping it to herself, but finally decided to find an opportunity to let him know as soon as possible. Even if it meant a mass migration, Even if it meant endless trouble, it would be his choice and his responsibility. She should support him. But if he only took 40 or 50,000 people, he might even leave some capable people behind to continue managing the place. That would be a massive loss and a tragedy. Besides informing him, what else could she do to help? She thought for a moment, then turned and went upstairs. She locked her door, had Milk stand guard, and entered the farm. She pulled 2 cloth bags out of the stream. Untying the bags, she found various jade items inside. These had been confiscated from Wen Mingli's team. She had used an excuse to get first access to the looted goods and picked out a few. No one knew what kind of quality she had chosen. In fact, few even knew she had pocketed some for herself. In reality, she had picked the highest quality jade based on feel and then soaked them in the stream. She had 4 such cloth bags. After soaking for 3 or 4 days, which was 7 or 8 days inside the farm, the jade had undergone a massive transformation. When she untied the bags, the lustrous, brilliant glow almost lit up her face. She looked at each piece with admiration. They looked like priceless treasures. Touching them, she was certain they had all become top-tier jade. She wasn't sure if they were all mutton fat jade, but she had a feeling that anything soaked in the stream, as long as its original texture wasn't abysmal, would be excellent material for making spatial tools. Of course, the better the original material, the better the resulting spatial tool. She had a rather bold idea. It was now mid-October, the end of the 5th month of the apocalypse, nearly the 6th. There were only 4 or 5 months left before they had to leave. Before then, she wanted every member of Gu Shu's absolute core troops to have a spatial tool with a capacity of at least 200, preferably over 300 square meters. If this army had 10,000 people, the amount of supplies they could carry would be terrifying. At that point, she was afraid they wouldn't even have enough supplies to fill them all. She put one bag back and took the other, wiping the jade pieces dry one by one. She placed them in a dry bag, tied it tight, and decided to take just this many for now. She exited the space and took Milk downstairs. Lin He and Zhao and In had arrived at the villa early. The 3 people and 1 beast got into the car and headed to Gu Pei's workshop at the activity center. At this time, the Jiang City Group had not yet established its own independent research institute, and they likely didn't intend to. The target would be too big. Instead, several individual laboratories were registered under the workshop. Although they researched fewer things, items like spatial tools and communicators were all highly influential and significant. Bian Changxi entered the workshop and went straight to Lab 1, the one dedicated to spatial tool research. The monitoring and defense systems here had been upgraded by several levels. As she passed through the central office area, Bian Changxi noticed that the computers were still connected to the workshop's internal network via cables. The communicators had not yet been implemented here. After the Hu Genyuan incident, the workshop staff had been vetted, but it was unlikely that a public office like this was completely free of spies. Therefore, important information and items could not be kept here. Gu Pei's true team consisted of only a portion of these people, and others hidden in the shadows. As the numbers grew, so did the black sheep, those who were physically present but loyal to others, and those with ulterior motives. As the saying goes, a large forest has all kinds of birds. She thought that if they were to deploy a mass migration in the future, the confidentiality work would be difficult. How to explain it to the outside world, and how to explain it internally. I'll leave the headaches to Gu Shu. She entered Lab 1. Just like last time, there were 4 researchers and 1 space-type ability user. However, the space-type user had changed from Lin Rongrong to Su Chensi. Su Chensi still maintained her cold demeanor. Seeing Bian Changxi, she nodded in greeting and sat back down. She held a piece of low-quality jade, her eyes fixed on it. Without any visible movement, the jade was slowly shaved down, as if being scraped by countless invisible small knives, gradually taking on a spherical shape. Bian Changxi was slightly surprised. To have trained her spatial blades to such a level of precision and diligence, this woman was truly remarkable. Furthermore, she noticed that aside from the jade, even the tabletop just 10 centimeters away didn't have a single scratch. This indicated that her control over her spatial blades had reached a level of total mastery. She marveled inwardly. What a powerhouse! Looking at her clear, beautiful face, which, though cold, had its own unique charm, Bian Changxi silently thought about Wu Dalang's image. She couldn't help but feel they weren't a very good match. These thoughts flashed by in an instant. As she walked further in, the other 4 researchers stood up. They didn't have Su Chen's strength or status. She was an elite member personally recognized and recruited by Gu Shu. No matter how valuable the researchers were, they could only contribute through their research. They were merely considered important members. Bian Changxi, however, was a core member, clearly 2 levels higher. This was the common understanding among the staff, and it was essentially the official positioning. Therefore, they didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful to her. Bian Changxi signaled for everyone to relax. She took the safe containing the jade out of the farm and said to Jiang Zhireichuan, "Take a look at this batch of jade. It should be decent. See if you can use it." Jiang Zhireichuan didn't say much and quickly opened it. One look and he was stunned. His handsome face showed shock, followed by wild joy. "Good jade. Excellent. This is useful, definitely useful." The other 3 gathered around, their faces also filled with shock and delight. Everyone here dealt with jade all day long. When it came to making spatial tools, they had a mental yardstick for what was useful, what wasn't, and what was a rare treasure. Usually, a few glances and a quick touch were enough to give them a good estimate. Su Chenxi also walked over. A flash of surprise crossed her face. She put on white silk gloves and picked up a string of jadeite beads. Bian Changxi was a bit surprised. Those beads were the highest quality items in the batch. She had recognized them at a glance. Impressive. Su Chenxi carried the necklace to the workstation and laid it on a piece of yellow silk. Suddenly, the necklace's chain snapped. She picked up a single bead, holding it between her right index finger and thumb. She held it up to the light, then closed her hand around it. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a gust of wind seemed to blow out from her body. Her clothes and hair fluttered, despite the lack of wind. She gripped the bead tightly, her eyes shut fast. Her face was tense, turning pale at a visible rate, making Bian Changxi worry she might collapse at any moment. After about 2 minutes, she opened her eyes, panting as she loosened her grip. She carefully placed the bead on the table, a look of relief on her face. About 50 square meters. The room went silent. Bian Changxi heard the sound of people gasping. Even Jiang Zhireichuan couldn't maintain his composure. 50. You said 50. Bian Changxi hadn't checked in on the progress here for a few days due to her injury. She asked what was the situation before. Du Ryuachin smiled and said, "Before we got those materials you provided, the largest space we could make was only 5 square meters, and it was unstable. After getting the materials, we could easily make 10 square meter ones, and the stability improved. We only managed 20 square meters a few times, but it was very unstable. The space collapsed easily. Now 50 square meters. And it's very stable," Su Chenxi added. "If it weren't for my lack of stamina, the space could have been even larger. But for now, adding more to the existing base. I'm afraid I can't do it." Creating a spatial tool involved a crucial step: expanding the space. There was a specific method for this. Wen Mingli's people knew it, but the team here hadn't. The materials Bian Changxi provided included that method, which was why they had made such great progress. This method was best done in one go, but the energy and mental effort required were immense. Only someone like Su Chenxi could expand it to 50 square meters at once. It would be nearly impossible for anyone else, or even Lin Rongrong. Jiang Zhireichuan immediately went to inspect the bead space. Compared to everyone else's excitement, although Bian Changxi had a smile on her face, she wasn't entirely satisfied. Her goal was at least 200, preferably over 300 square meters. The ones for Gu shoes use not only had to be absolutely sturdy, but also needed to be over 1,000 square meters. Some supplies took up a lot of room. Insufficient space was a difficult problem to overcome. 50 square meters wasn't small, but it was still far from her requirements. Furthermore, she knew that this kind of jade had reached its limit after being soaked to this extent. To get better materials, they would need top-tier raw jade, but where would they find that? Therefore, they had to work on the efficiency of expanding the space. She watched Jiang Zhichuan and the others run their tests, then sat down next to Su Chengxi, who was holding a crystal core to recover. Was that just your internal energy running out? If you were absorbing crystal core energy at the same time, could you last longer? Su Chengxi opened her eyes and looked at her. It's possible, but I don't think the effect would be very good. You have to activate your ability, output full power to tackle the jade, and absorb energy all at once. Multitasking like that is difficult. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. What if someone actively infused energy into you? Actively? Like this. Bian Changxi stood up, placed her hand on Su Chengxi's shoulder, and channeled her internal energy. Su Chengxi felt her whole body shudder. A surge of vibrant, lively energy, different from her own but seemingly of a higher grade, something her body craved, poured in. She couldn't help but let out a low sigh. Bian Changxi quickly withdrew her hand. The wound on her left shoulder began to throb slightly. Her injury hadn't fully healed, and her energy hadn't completely recovered. She was only at about 30 or 40%. She had really suffered this time. Not only was the injury severe, but she had used up 4 leaves in one go, so her recovery was quite slow. If it weren't for the side effects of the plant toxin triggering her psychic ability by chance, this would have been a total loss. She suppressed her slight breathlessness, drawing the remaining energy back into her core. Her left hand began absorbing a green crystal core as she asked Su Chengxi, "What do you think?" "It's possible. It's worth a try." "Then how much do you estimate the square footage could increase?" Probably by another 50 to 100. Perhaps sensing the faint disappointment in Bian Changxi's eyes, she added competitively, "I'll work hard too." The expansion method can also be improved. Bian Changxi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. True, there was room for improvement in every aspect. After a while, Su Chengxi asked, "Can only wood-type users infuse energy into others?" This question actually stumped Bian Changxi. Could other abilities infuse energy into a human body? She pondered for a moment. "I'm not sure, but I think none would be better than wood-type. Wood-type is naturally meant for healing. Its energy seems born to be given to others. I think its compatibility must be very high. Other abilities might not be the same, but we can run some tests." Meng Xiaobei, the fast-moving speed-type user, quickly recorded their conversation. This would be an innovation and an improvement. He was excited. Every time this Miss Bian came, she brought surprises. If she came more often, wouldn't all their problems be solved? After finishing at Lab 1, Bian Changxi went to Lab 2. This was where they researched communicators. Compared to Lab 1, it was more crowded, noisier, and a bit chaotic. This was largely due to the presence of a hot-tempered, low-EQ lead researcher named Luo Jiuqing. As soon as Bian Changxi entered, she heard him roaring at his assistants to get this and that. An elderly voice beside him was trying to calm him down. This person was the old scholar from before, the first one to suggest that different parts of the black iron tree might have different properties. His name was Mo, and everyone here called him Elder Mo. He was a mild-mannered and wise old man who complemented Luo Jiuqing perfectly. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep Luo Jiuqing in check. Otherwise, the place wouldn't be in such a state. Bian Changxi walked in. Those who saw her nodded in greeting. Soon, the only sound left in the lab was Luo Jiuqing's voice. Bian Changxi frowned. If it weren't for his brains, she would have been the first to throw such a volatile person out. How many people would his temper affect? How many would he make resentful and miserable? She stood behind him. What stage has the research reached? Luo Jiuqing looked at her, seemingly not recognizing her at first. He was about to snap at someone for letting an outsider in, but fortunately, an assistant whispered a reminder in his ear. Luo Jiuqing's expression straightened, and he greeted her respectfully. "Hello, Miss Bian." He wasn't beyond saving then. If he dared to yell at her, he might dare to yell at Gushu. Who could control someone so lawless and arrogant? No matter how much of a genius he was, he would eventually be discarded. Bian Changxi asked again, has there been any new progress in the communicator research? Luo Jiuqing became animated at the mention of his work, puffing out his chest. I've refined a core substance from the heart of the black iron tree to use for transmitting and receiving signals. The range has increased significantly. Now, two communicators can communicate without any interference, even if they are more than 5,000 meters apart. His assistant waited a moment, and seeing that he didn't continue, took the initiative to report to Bian Changxi. We've also conducted research on waterproofing, shockproofing, and fireproofing for the communicators, as well as wear resistance. What's the point of mentioning that? Luo Jiuqing waved his hand impatiently. That's child's play, completely optional. The truly core part is the internal structure. How many times have I told you? Don't waste your energy on those things. His assistant and the others turned pale, feeling both humiliated and angry, but they didn't dare speak up. For one, Luo Jiuqing was indeed the primary researcher here. Secondly, his background was different. Rumors said he had been personally introduced by Bian Changxi. No one knew if they were related or friends. Now that the person herself was standing right there, Luo Jiuqing stood even taller. Who would dare cross him? Bian Changxi frowned. Enough. She stared coldly at Luo Jiuqing. It seemed this man wasn't just socially inept. He was becoming arrogant and using his position to bully others. How ridiculous. What favor or influence was he relying on? Did he think a bit of talent gave him the right to act like he owned the place? Moreover, was he really that talented? She didn't think so. At this stage of research, the main concepts and structures were already established. The rest was mostly improvement. What he knew, others might also know. Replacing the lead researcher wasn't necessarily impossible. She said, core technology is important, but are these external protective measures and technologies not? I don't understand technology, but I know that if a treasure isn't locked in a safe of equal value, it might disappear overnight. Of course, that's not a perfect metaphor. Why do police wear bulletproof vests? Why are strike teams fully armed? By your logic, the person is the core, so they should just go into battle naked. In the future, when you use a communicator, just hold a bunch of circuit boards and forget about the casing. The others laughed, but Bian Changxi's expression remained stern, so they quickly stopped. The atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. Bian Changxi, technically, had no standing to interfere with the workshop's affairs. However, she was one of the few core members and was highly valued by the big boss. Furthermore, the internal staff knew that the establishment and operation of the two labs were largely initiated by her. Therefore, her words and attitude carried significant weight. From Bian Changxi's perspective, she hadn't interfered before because she felt it was unnecessary and she lacked the standing. Now that she had decided to be with Gushu, she felt a sense of shared responsibility. If these small unpleasantries were allowed to grow, they would eventually become a headache for them. She had been a base manager before. The people she disliked, most weren't the incompetent ones, but the so-called talents who were capable but arrogant and never cooperated. Luo Jiuqing's face turned from green to white. He was full of resentment, but didn't dare talk back. Bian Changxi didn't continue to press him. After all, she held no official position or power. She had said her piece, but she couldn't overstep by handing out actual rewards or punishments. However, she decided she would talk to Gu Pei. This man couldn't be given free rein anymore. She looked at the communicator. It was a bit smaller than before, but still large compared to old cell phones. The casing was indeed sturdier and more precise. After looking it over, she nodded and gave the lab staff some words of encouragement. She didn't look at Luo Jiuqing once before turning to leave. Leaving the workshop building, she looked at the simple but tall and sturdy buildings of the activity center. People were busy and productive. Despite the gloomy sky and the howling cold wind, everyone seemed happy and secure. If these people knew that in less than a year, this place would become a sea of corpses, how would they react? She shook her head, turning her thoughts to the consequences of the insect and snake plague. Injuries, poisonings, deaths, it was similar to her previous life. Even though it had been delayed by a month, what was meant to happen still happened. The five-colored grass had almost been rendered useless by immunity. Those ugly, poisonous creatures were incredibly adaptable. Besides the five-colored grass, what else could restrain them? Bian Changxi searched her memory, but to her disappointment, she found nothing. Back then, the five-colored grass had covered almost the entire base. Even if there were other medicinal herbs, they were completely overshadowed. Even the five-colored grass had only been applied clinically after countless searches, trials, and experiments that cost a heavy price. "Miss Bian, are we heading back now, or?" Zhao Wenin asked. Bian Changxi tightened her coat. "Let's go back. There's nothing left to do." Sitting in the car, she watched the street scenery recede. Occasionally, some streets were blocked off at both ends. Inside, there were people organized by the neighborhood committee, or police, or even soldiers fighting. Needless to say, it was more poisonous snakes and insects. Occasionally, she heard someone scream in terror and run for their life. 2 days had passed, and people had discovered that most of those mysteriously appearing poisonous creatures came from underground. They had powerful digging abilities like pangolins. The sewers were their favorite route, followed by the soil layer and thin concrete floors. In places with thick foundations, the problem wasn't as severe. It was enough to block and fill toilets and sewers. But in the slums or poorer areas, no matter how they blocked or defended, a hole would suddenly appear somewhere, and terrifying things would crawl out. Because the Jiang City Group's area had been a good neighborhood to begin with, and everyone was well organized and aware, their defenses were high. Combined with effective patrols and rescue personnel, their losses were minimal. However, there was one issue. The barracks currently under construction. That area used to be a forest, full of dirt and rocks. Many parts didn't have foundations or concrete yet. That area was dangerous and required day and night sentries. The barracks were manageable since they housed soldiers with high combat power. But the thousands of people in the nearby Daitsun mountain area were suffering. They had already fled to seek military protection, which Gu Shu had approved yesterday. Bian Changxi tapped on the car window, reflecting on the information she had just received from Zhao Wenin. She thought that they just needed to get through this period. When the weather got colder, those annoying creatures would mostly go into hibernation. This was just them trying to get a full belly before they slept. Wait. Cold weather hibernation. She sat up slightly. Would ice work? Zhao Wenin turned to look at her strangely, and Lin He also glanced at her through the rearview mirror. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this idea was worth a try. Since those holes were being broken through, even when blocked with stones, dirt, or cement, what if they used ice to block and freeze them solid? Those things might be indestructible, but they weren't necessarily immune to the freezing cold. She took out her communicator and dialed 001 to call Gushu, but she couldn't connect. It made sense. The distance was probably too great. This communicator really was frustrating. She thought for a moment. They weren't far from Gu Pei's workshop. She would tell him. His intelligence network was vast. he surely had a way to notify Gu Shu quickly. Gu Pei's number was 002. Aside from Gu Shu, he was the one she contacted most. This time, the call connected quickly. She explained her idea, and Gu Pei immediately agreed to contact Gu Shu. Bian Changxi put down the communicator and looked out the window, only to catch sight of a familiar figure. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, extremely burly and strong. He had a bald head and a cold, fierce look in his eyes that made people afraid to approach him. He was in a construction crew, filling sewers, but his aura made it seem as if he were on a battlefield with 10,000 horses. Baldi Qiang. She suddenly remembered the conversation she had overheard between Liu Ying and Sun Buchun. It seemed Sun Buchun had instructed Liu Ying to use a common conflict as a cover to kill Baldi Qiang. What was their relationship? What was the grudge? If it were anyone else, Bian Changxi wouldn't be interested even if they were shooting at each other in the street. But this involved Sun Buchun, and anything involving Sun Buchun involved Wen Mingli. She now suspected that Sun Buchun's instruction to that boss Zhang Bo to harm her was actually Wen Mingli's idea. Could this Baldi Qiang have also offended Wen Mingli somewhere, making her want him dead? She said a few words to Zhao Anen. Zhao Anen looked at Baldi Qiang, then nodded and got out of the car. The car continued to drive slowly forward and stopped at a quiet alleyway. On that side, Zhao Anen brought over Baldi Qiang, who had changed out of his construction clothes and was wearing a gray shirt. Both of them got into the car. The car was originally quite spacious, but as soon as Baldi Qiang sat in, the space became cramped and oppressive. His voice still carried a hint of gloom, but it lacked some of its former sharpness, replaced by a bit more stability and weariness. It seemed he hadn't been doing well since entering the base, and his temper had been worn down. "Miss Bian," he greeted. Bian Changxi had the car continue driving as she said, "Long time no see. Have you switched to a construction crew lately?" Baldi Qiang said with a hint of mockery, just trying to earn a meal. He had joined a hunting group before, but he had to look for his enemy, and later he got caught up in a dispute that nearly killed him. He had barely managed to survive, only to find that things were difficult. The hunting group didn't want him anymore. Going out alone, he had no help, no offensive ability, no good weapons, and no space to carry many supplies. These conditions limited him from finding any good missions. Plus, he had to give 30% of his supplies to the base every time he returned, so his actual earnings were pitiful. To make matters worse, the weather had been terrible lately, and even missions were scarce. Just outside the base, the fields were full of insects and snakes. Unless it was a large group, an individual couldn't hope to get through. That path to getting things outside was cut off, so he had to find manual labor inside the base. Baldi Qiang had always been a loner. Since entering the base, he hadn't spoken to Chu Hao and the others for a long time. When Chu Hao joined Gu Shu's ranks, he naturally didn't follow. At first, he didn't care, but after hitting so many walls lately, he realized the massive difference between having an organization and being alone. He had seen Chu Hao a few days ago. In the logistics department, Chu Hao was technically a porter, but he was actually a small-time manager, living quite well. Chen Guanqing, who had been much worse off than him initially, was reportedly doing even better as an elite member of Gu Shu's team, highly valued and cultivated. He was busy and mysterious every day, undergoing training unknown to outsiders. The contrast was stark, and he finally realized what he had missed. As soon as he heard Bian Changxi was looking for him, he had changed clothes and come over without hesitation. Now in his eyes, Bian Changxi was undoubtedly a golden benefactor, a path to the heavens. Bian Changxi didn't notice his thoughts and asked, "That brawl last time, were there any complications afterward?" Baldi Qiang said in a low voice, "It was just a bunch of thugs looking for trouble." It died down after a while. Bian Changxi heard the coldness in his tone. He likely knew he had been intentionally set up. She stroked Milk's soft, long fur. "I happened to get involved in something a few days ago." The other party was a small leader in the slums. During the interrogation, something came up, that dispute of yours. It was his men who did it, apparently on someone's orders. Baldi Chiang was startled. Really? Did that person say who the mastermind was? I happen to know this person. I'm even his neighbor. His name is Sun Buchan. Baldi Chiang's square face contorted with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. It really is him, that dog. Bian Changxi watched his expression. You have a grudge against Sun Buchan. There was no point in hiding it now. He said, it's from before the apocalypse. I used to work for him. He got what he wanted, but then turned his back on me, throwing me and a companion into prison. My companion's fate is unknown. I was lucky enough to survive, and I came here to make that bastard pay. So that was it. It had nothing to do with Wen Mingli. Bian Changxi immediately lost interest. But what could it have been to be serious enough to land them in prison? Bian Changxi speculated maliciously. Probably smuggling or human trafficking. But that was someone else's business, so she didn't ask further. She made some small talk and then asked him to get out of the car, leaving the prepared Baldi Chiang completely baffled. After returning, she locked herself in her room. She took milk into the farm and practiced telekinesis for a long time. When she was tired, she rested, then practiced again. In between, she replenished her energy and nurtured her exhausted spirit. After repeating this for 7 or 8 hours, her telekinesis accuracy began to show results. She could now smoothly move an object to a designated spot without using her hands. However, her strength was still very weak. Psychic abilities were also divided into tiers, but she didn't know if her current level counted as Tier 1 or Tier 2. As for her wood element, she was just absorbing energy without actual practice, so she was still far from Tier 4. She calculated her progress. When she emerged from the farm, it was already past 4 p.m. She was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open, and she fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. Before she woke up again, she vaguely felt something moving on her face. Then, a hand was lightly pressed against her forehead. The dry, warm touch seeped through, making her feel very safe. She opened her eyes lazily. Gu Shu was standing by the bed, his tall frame blocking the light. Even in the shadows, his face was strikingly handsome, though he looked somewhat stern and serious at the moment. Seeing her wake up, he spoke in a deep voice, "You're always sleeping like this. Tell me honestly, is there something wrong with your body or your ability?" Bian Changxi was stunned. She sat up and shook her head, feeling a bit heavy. She murmured, "I'm fine. It's just that I'm always exhausted after practicing my psychic ability, like I've worked for several days and nights straight. And after you wake up, I'm fine once I've had enough sleep. I'm just a bit dizzy right now." She told him the truth, vaguely sensing that this state was indeed not quite right. Gu Shu didn't relax. He sat on the edge of the bed and felt her cold forehead and fingers. He raised his hand to turn up the air conditioning a few degrees and pulled the blanket over her. "Tell me, what exactly is this psychic ability?" Bian Changxi's body felt soft, and she wanted something to lean on. Finding the headboard too far away, she naturally hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. "It's just using your mind to control objects. I can't really explain the specifics." Gu Shu's body stiffened slightly, but he let her lean against him without moving. "A long time ago, after you controlled the watermelon vines, you were in an abnormal state and made a plate fly. Was that the first time?" Bian Changxi nodded. "But that state disappeared afterward. Then why did it appear again this time?" "It was that night when we were escaping. Didn't I get poisoned by that plant toxin? I felt all wrong, and then somehow I just used it." She was also very confused. For someone with average talent like her, to awaken a psychic ability before everyone else just, because she had experience from a past life. It was inherently difficult to explain. Could it be that this isn't a good thing, but rather harmful? Gu Shu looked worried. Could the medicine have caused a glitch in your nerves? Bian Changxi paused, then reached out to pinch him. Are you trying to say I'm mentally ill? Have you ever seen a mentally ill person make things float? Ouch, the muscle on his arm is too hard. I can't even pinch it. She tapped it twice with her finger instead. No one else has it, only you. I'm worried. Gu Shu caught her mischievous hand and held it in his palm to warm it. Bian Changxi curled her lips into a smile. Don't worry. You'll have it too in the future. It's my intuition. Gu Shu was silent for a moment. Then don't practice it anymore. Wait until I have that ability too. Bian Changxi's smile widened. She didn't respond, instead asking, back early today. The clock on the wall showed it was only 8 p.m. Thanks to your idea, the situation has been stabilized, so I don't have to inspect every single place. Bian Changxi sat up straight. It really worked. Gu Shu's eyes were filled with pride and praise. Your ideas have never been wrong. However, it requires a Tier 3 ice type to freeze it directly. The structure of ice from Tier 1 or 2, or even man-made ice, isn't dense enough. It can still be broken through. He looked at her. I've already informed the base about this method. I believe the casualties tonight will be greatly reduced. At the barracks, the entire ground has been frozen with a half-meter layer of ice. They should be able to have a more peaceful night. Bian Changxi blinked. Won't they freeze to death? It'll be very cold when the frost comes up. A large amount of charcoal has been approved. It's better than being bit. That was true. After saying this, Gu Shu asked, what did you do today? Oh, I went to the research lab. By the way, they can already make spatial tools with 50 square meters, and they say they're very stable. There's also progress with the communicators. When are you planning to release them? There's no rush. We need to figure out a production line and achieve scale. Besides, the first spatial tools must satisfy our internal needs first. He said this without any guilt. There's no reason not to prioritize our own people. Bian Changxi looked at him. I thought you were some kind of saint. Let me ask you. If a massive disaster struck and you could only save some people with your ability, would you pick the useful ones and leave for your own safety? Or would you take on as many burdens as possible to save more people? Gu Shu's expression turned serious. He sat up straight and looked at her. What are you trying to say? After talking for a while, Bian Changxi had recovered, and her head no longer felt heavy. She took a breath and said, I asked you to pay more attention to the surrounding zombies and mutant beasts. Have you found anything? Are you saying those things will become our disaster? Although no reports had come in yet, Gu Shu had an idea. Those zombies and mutant beasts were becoming increasingly powerful and violent, more prone to harming people and more aggressive than before. He hadn't noticed it before, but after Bian Changxi's reminder, he realized something was wrong. Bian Changxi hooked her fingers and leaned back against the pillow. Jiang City has completely fallen by now, and this place isn't very far from Jiang City. Don't you think this place will eventually be overrun and occupied by those things too? Isn't that too absolute? If that's the case, is there any pure land left on the Hwashia continent? Gu Shu frowned. Pure land is something humans create through their own efforts. Do you think a base like the one under our feet can withstand a few attacks from zombies? Bian Changxi's expression was somewhat cold and mocking. Right now, a few insects have everyone in a panic. If the zombies and mutant beasts also can't find food in this freezing weather and attack in force, what then? Gu Shu's eyes suddenly sharpened. He stood up and paced slightly. Bian Changxi leaned on her knees and watched him. She knew he wouldn't believe her just because of one sentence. But after hearing it, he would definitely take it seriously. With his intelligence and vision, it wouldn't take long for him to realize she wasn't just being alarmist. Whether Gu Shu went to investigate or what conclusions he reached, Bian Changxi didn't know for the time being. She stayed in the villa for the next few days, quietly recovering from her injuries. She was still practicing her psychic ability, of course, but she didn't dare do it for several hours at a time anymore, just practicing once every few hours. Although she would still be exhausted and sleepy after each practice, the situation had improved. She was slowly getting the hang of it, though she couldn't quite put it into words yet. Today, she felt her injuries were basically fully healed. She happily thought she could finally go out and run wild again. Just then, Zhao Anen took a call and turned to tell her, "Captain Gu says the operation to arrest the Wens has begun. He's asking if you want to go to the scene." The operation to arrest the Wens. Bian Changxi stood up. That was fast. Under the intentional approach of Bian Wei and her close friend, a female police officer who had worked undercover, Wu Shidong had finally been almost caught by Bian Wei. At the same time, Gu Shu had people hunt down Wen Mingli's so-called team. Wen Mingli was forced into a corner and finally sought refuge with Wu Shidong 2 days ago, the day before yesterday. As mentioned before, Wu Shidong was a Tier 4 ability user, one of the few currently in existence. He had already attracted the attention of several big shots and major factions. Lately, many people had been hanging around the Shidong hunting group to secretly observe and investigate him, which made Gu Shu's arrangements much easier. Combined with the sharp eyes of Bian Wei and the undercover female officer, it was confirmed that Wen Mingli was indeed being hidden by Wu Shidong like a kept woman. Bian Wei had even gone to the door in tears to make a scene, confirming the exact address. Bian Changxi didn't know the full details, so she was surprised that the arrest operation was already starting. She immediately took Milk and her 2 bodyguards, got into the car, and sped off. 2 blocks away from the destination, the car stopped. Bian Changxi was wearing sunglasses and a hood, a look quite different from her usual self. In her arms, she held Milk, who was dressed up like a pet dog. She got out of the car, followed closely by Zhao Anen, who had also changed her outfit. Lin He remained hidden in the shadows. A taxi pulled up beside Bian Changxi. She leaned in to look and saw that the driver was actually Flying Eagle, one of Gu Shu's men. After she and Zhao Anen got into the back, she asked, "Is Gu Shu here too?" Flying Eagle's hands on the steering wheel were steady, his posture upright, and his gaze sharp. He didn't look like he was driving a car. He looked like he was piloting a fighter jet. Hearing her, he said, "The boss isn't here. He's too big of a target. But everything is deployed. He told me to follow you the whole time, Miss Bian. Don't worry, I'll block out anything I shouldn't hear or see." Bian Changxi's lip twitched. He made it sound like she was about to do something scandalous. She took a brief measure of the man. He had a very strong aura, with the disciplined, rigorous, and constantly upright attitude of someone from the military. In the rearview mirror, his eyes scanned left and right, revealing the bloodlust and killing intent of a battle-hardened veteran. Bian Changxi wasn't entirely sure what a soldier's aura should be like, but she felt that Flying Eagle and Tiger, who was with Gu Pei, had a stronger military feel than Gu Shu and his core group. Sometimes she felt that Gu Shu and the others didn't seem like they had been in the army, especially Gu Shu. When he wasn't in uniform and was intentionally keeping a low profile, it was hard to associate him with his profession. Only at specific moments would that aura burst out, more fierce and domineering than anyone else's, with a heavy scent of blood and death that made people tremble. She asked, "Where is Wen Mingli right now?" "In the family dormitory building, behind the Shidong hunting group." After being blocked at the door by informant number 1 yesterday, the target moved quietly from Wu Shidong's residence to a regular family building overnight. However, she didn't escape our scout's eyes. Informant number 1 referred to Bian Wei, and the female officer was number 2. Wen Mingli is quite alert, Bian Changxi thought. But is moving to a slightly different place really useful? If you're so capable, try smuggling yourself out of the country. They arrived at a building used for surveillance. Looking through binoculars, the building opposite looked like a dormitory. There were many small rooms with wooden doors, some open and some closed. The corridors and balconies were filled with hanging laundry, and a few people were moving about. Under Flying Eagle's guidance, Bian Changxi found room 311 on the third floor. The doors and windows were tightly shut, showing nothing unusual. Flying Eagle explained, the target is alone in 311. Since moving in, she hasn't stepped out of the room once. We have people stationed on the second floor, the fourth floor, both stairwells and downstairs. We can break down the door and seize her as soon as the order is given. Wouldn't breaking down the door cause too much of a scene? Yes. Besides the Shidong hunting group, there are 3 other small hunting teams on this street. There have been violent clashes over territory and new recruits before, so there's a rule against fighting here. Otherwise, the gendarmerie will intervene immediately. He pointed. There's a monitoring post at the west intersection, manned during the day. Once something happens here, they can arrive in just 1 minute. Even if our operation is successful, we might not be able to take Wen Mingli away smoothly, and it would be hard to explain afterward. However, our surveillance shows the target has been using a communicator to contact someone over the last 2 days. It seems she's about to go somewhere. Informant number 1 also learned from Wu Shidong that the target is likely leaving soon, so the boss chose to act today. Also, the Shidong hunting group has a hunting mission today. Almost the entire group had headed out. Someone would delay them outside the base. Their presence here was very weak, and the family building had almost no defensive force. The conditions had pros and cons, but the most important thing was to take her quickly and quietly, ideally without a sound. That was unlikely, yet also very possible, because Wen Mingli was only a space type. Records showed she didn't have much combat power herself, and she was currently alone in the room. So plan A was as follows. Someone would pretend to be looking for someone and knock on her door. If the target opened the door, the battle-hardened comrades sent there would immediately knock her out and take her away. Of course, that was the ideal situation. If Wen Mingli were that easy to deal with, they wouldn't have failed to catch her for so long, and so many people wouldn't have been watching her so carefully. If she didn't open the door, or if she was alert, or if she pretended not to be there, or if she shouted for help, or if she opened the door but had a trick up her sleeve to stop them, then plan B was as follows. The street near the west intersection was undergoing sewer repairs due to the insect plague. Construction was underway, ordered by Gushu, of course. At the right time, some dangerous insects would be dug up, causing panic and loss of control in the crowd. The gendarmerie on duty would surely go to help. If they didn't, that was fine too. A construction vehicle would accidentally crash because a cowardly driver was desperate to escape. In short, they would draw away the gendarmerie and cause a large-scale disturbance in the neighborhood. Then they would fish in troubled waters and seize Wen Mingli. As long as Wen Mingli wasn't strapped with bombs or carrying terrifying heavy weapons, she shouldn't be able to handle an all-out assault. If she really did have some terrifying weapons, Plan C was waiting for her. Besides the gendarmerie or police in each area, there were regular gendarmerie patrols. As mentioned before, the gendarmerie wasn't controlled by just one person. Besides the 3 military big shots having their own confidants inside, other factions were also involved. Gu Shu hadn't waded into those muddy waters. As someone who would eventually leave, he didn't need to plant his roots so deep. All he wanted was a stable environment for the Jiang City Group and his own development. However, Gu Jian HWA could easily mobilize certain gendarmerie units that were mostly loyal to him. Today, such a gendarmerie unit would be patrolling this area. If Wen Mingli resisted violently, innocent civilians would naturally be affected, and some public-spirited experts would step in to stop her. Once the situation escalated, this prepared gendarmerie unit would naturally intervene immediately, and Wen Mingli would be captured, with many strong players stationed around to ensure she couldn't escape. Afterward, she would be labeled a terrorist. Of course, whoever caught the terrorist would interrogate her, and she would quickly be handed over to Gu Shu's people in secret. Looking at this ABC plan and the various auxiliary options, Bian Changxi felt a cold sweat. She had only thought about catching Wen Mingli, and had only gone as far as using Bian Wei. She hadn't realized so many people were working step by step to implement, strive for, and perfect this. With this plan, even if the person opposite were truly an anti-human terrorist carrying secret weapons, they would likely be forced to surrender. Bian Changxi thought it over. There were no omissions, but she vaguely felt that Wen Mingli might not be so easy to deal with. However, she didn't know what else needed to be added. When does it start? Originally scheduled for 3 p.m., when people are most mentally sluggish. Do you have anything to add, Miss Bian? Bian Changxi shook her head. Just then, the person monitoring the building suddenly said, "Captain Flying Eagle, look. The door is opening." Bian Changxi immediately picked up her binoculars. Flying Eagle leaned against the window to look with his naked eyes. They saw the wooden door of 311 open slightly, but no one walked out. Flying Eagle picked up his communicator. "Attention, attention. The target may be leaving." Before he could finish, the communicator beeped urgently. A voice came through. "Captain Flying Eagle, the person in the room has disappeared. The infrared scanner suddenly can't pick up a heat signature." "What?" Flying Eagle grabbed the binoculars by his waist and looked closely for a moment. "Someone is coming out of the room. A row of clothes is moving. The target might be invisible. Watch the stairwell." Just as he finished shouting, there was a commotion at the opposite stairwell. Then came a short cry. Looking at the expressions of Flying Eagle and the others, Bian Changxi knew their man had been hit. She saw a shadow flicker on the wall by the second-floor stairwell, and then 2 people collapsed. Next came a low thud. She immediately followed the sound, focusing her energy into her eyes. Her gaze sharpened as she saw a few puffs of dust rise from the ground on the first floor. Someone jumped down from the second floor. At first, the invisible person probably ran a few steps, and the direction could be traced by the drifting dust. But then, there was no trace at all. The people lying in ambush ran out but completely lost the target, only drawing stares from the people around them. Bian Changxi frowned. "Open the window." She threw several bags of lime powder out of the farm and through the window, while shouting, "Lin He." Lin He had been with her for dozens of days, and they had developed a certain level of unspoken understanding. He immediately understood her intention and threw out several wind blades. The lime powder bags still in the air were pierced through, and the powder inside immediately sprayed out in all directions. The people below immediately raised their arms to shield their faces while watching their surroundings. Bian Changxi and the others were also searching. Under the coating of lime powder, a faint humanoid figure was crouched warily by the bushes, seemingly looking for a way out. Bian Changxi and Flying Eagle locked eyes. Flying Eagle immediately ordered through the communicator, "Plan B, activate. Construction crew, move out." A whistle blew, and a few hand signals were given. The people below immediately understood and lunged toward the invisible person. The hidden snipers all around also turned their muzzles, and Bian Changxi's group was also ready to strike. The invisible person was no pushover. Seeing everyone rushing toward him, he naturally didn't stay put to wait for death. In truth, invisibility was best suited for stealth and ambush. Once trapped in an encirclement, stared at and searched for by countless pairs of eyes, it was easy to reveal flaws. A few bags of lime powder were enough to expose his tracks. Realizing his disadvantage, the person didn't run around impulsively or try to brush off the dust in vain. Instead, he grabbed 2 objects from behind his waist and threw them out. At first, because these objects were in his hands, they were invisible to others. Bian Changxi only saw the person seem to move his arm as if drawing a weapon. Only after they were thrown did she see 2 grenade-like objects flying through the air. The next moment, Two bangs rang out, and mushroom-shaped clouds of smoke rose into the air, filling the area with gray dust. The dust seemed to be an irritant. People in the smoke couldn't help but cough uncontrollably. Suddenly, Flying Eagle's ears twitched, and he had a bad premonition. He immediately shouted into his communicator, "Scatter. Find cover and get down." Before his voice had even faded, the ditto of gunfire erupted. Someone was shooting from within the smoke. The response was the muffled groans and screams of countless people, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. Bian Changxi's eyes widened. She grabbed the windowsill, intending to jump down, but Flying Eagle immediately stopped her. "Miss Bian, you can't." He then ordered Squad 2. He explained to Bian Changxi, "Because we anticipated the target might have heavy weapons, Squad 2 is fully armed. Ordinary bullets won't threaten them." Very faint, rapid footsteps were heard from below. Bian Changxi dismissed the idea of jumping down and said to Lin He, "Blow away the smoke." Lin He stood by the window and waved his hands. Gusts of wind roared out of nowhere, blowing away the gray dust below like a descending tornado. As the dust cleared, everyone saw the injured lying on the ground, people hiding nervously, and Squad 2 rushing into the field. The invisible person was nowhere to be seen. News came quickly. Of the 3 people guarding the northeast exit, 2 had their throats slit, and 1 was knocked unconscious. The person had escaped. Flying Eagle punched the windowsill heavily. "Chase him." Bian Changxi stopped him. Chasing now will yield the same result. The opponent's reaction speed was extremely fast. Unless she could bind or control him the instant she saw him, it would be tricky to deal with him if he used the same trick again. Flying Eagle shook his head. "No, we still have a general direction. If we let him go, he might come back invisible to seek revenge later. It would be impossible to guard against." He continued to direct the pursuit. Bian Changxi thought about it and agreed. Invisibility. In the apocalypse, those with invisibility skills were either rare fog element users, who bent light through water mist to achieve visual invisibility, or those using specific items. Moreover, fog element invisibility couldn't reflect microwaves, so instruments could still detect them. This person could turn invisible and completely shield their heat signature, rendering infrared instruments useless. They were likely using more than one item. So-called treasures. Wen Mingli certainly had deep pockets. She didn't follow the subsequent operation, but immediately went downstairs to check on the wounded. There were wood element users on standby, so she didn't need to treat non-fatal injuries. However, there were 2 critical cases. One shot multiple times with severe blood loss, and another hit in the heart. She spent a lot of energy to save them, though their conditions remained unstable. In a single confrontation, there were 12 injured. The 2 whose throats were slit had died on the spot. A gloomy, cold light flickered in Bian Changxi's eyes. Zhaoning glanced at her from time to time. Boss Gu had given instructions. Since Miss Bian was still recovering from her injuries, she shouldn't be allowed to fight, and regardless of the outcome, she shouldn't get too agitated. She whispered words of comfort. No one could have predicted the enemy had such methods. Bian Changxi's face was pale and expressionless as she stared ahead without answering. It wasn't that no one could have predicted it. At the very least, she should have. When they said Wen Mingli seemed capable of shielding her aura, she had suspected Wen Mingli might have obtained a treasure. Moreover, as a reborn person, Wen Mingli likely killed Zhu Yunhua's junior sister, the one who could sense treasures, in the previous life. Presumably unwilling to share resources, it wouldn't be hard for her to obtain a few good items. Bian Changxi had thought of this, but the thought had only flashed by. She hadn't thought to guard against it specifically here, nor did she tell Gu Shu to prepare his men for it. So, it could be said that this failure was caused by her. She couldn't escape responsibility for the 2 deaths and 12 injuries. She pursed her lips and looked at the 2 bodies. The cuts on their throats were extremely deep and long. The tracheas were completely severed. Both wore expressions of shock and horror, as if they hadn't expected death to come so suddenly. Their hands were still in a posture of exerting force, but no matter how strong their abilities or strength, they would never be able to use them again. Outside, sirens wailed. Residents and pedestrians nearby had heard the gunshots and called the police. Such a large-scale armed conflict would definitely be investigated by the military police. Therefore, the 12 wounded were transferred first, and the 2 bodies were loaded onto a vehicle. A car drove by and dumped several bruised and battered guys, scapegoats. At the same time, people quickly cleaned the scene, attempting to cover up traces and hide the truth, making it look like a skirmish between ordinary small civilian factions. Lin He and Zhao and asked Bian Changxi to leave quickly as well. Bian Changxi nodded. There was no point in her staying here. Besides, if she got involved, Gu Shu would have to step in again. She got into the car and said, "Those 2 with the most severe injuries need to be stabilized." "Take me with them." Zhao Enen and Lin He exchanged a glance. Zhao Enen nodded, and Lin He turned the car around. Sensing its mistress's bad mood, Milk sat quietly by the car door. Its 2 dark eyes stared at a certain spot in the residential building, hiding a trace of confusion and bloodlust. This was Gu Shu's first failed operation. Initially, he was stunned. Although Wen Mingli had some ability, the plan was thorough, if not similituris. To think the opponent seized the initiative before it even started, causing heavy casualties. His expression turned grave, realizing his team still needed significant tempering. Then he thought of Bian Changxi's mood. She was inevitably feeling down. After understanding the situation and dealing with the work at hand, arranging funeral subsidies for the 2 deceased and compensation for the other wounded, he personally arranged everything, even though the deceased were ordinary soldiers and most participants were ordinary teammates. Deaths were rare for his team. Then he returned to the villa early. Bian Changxi was in her room, standing on the balcony blowing in the wind, looking into the distance with a calm expression, lost in thought. Gu Shu slowed his steps. At the door, he saw Milk lying there wagging its tail. It immediately stood up, looking up at him with its small head, as if it couldn't do anything about the person on the balcony and was waiting for him. Gu Shu smiled, bent down to pat its head, and stepped out through the French windows. He leaned against the railing beside Bian Changxi and handed her the milk tea he was holding. "Auntie Zhao just made it. Chocolate flavor, you should like it." Bian Changxi's long eyelashes fluttered. She lowered her face and exhaled. Her pale lips were dry and slightly wrinkled. She took the milk tea and took a small sip, then slumped over the railing, turning the cup in one hand while staring blankly ahead. Not just invisibility and shielding. There's also sudden acceleration, flying with people, reflecting attacks, protective barriers, hypnosis, changing appearance. She sighed. There are so many strange things in the apocalypse. Did you know? Those antiques, small objects, they seem to have mutated and gained sentience. But they are 1 in 10,000. Goodness knows how many she managed to get. It's really unfair. I don't know where all these good things are hiding. Did she specifically collect information beforehand? Gu Shu couldn't quite understand what she was listing, but he listened seriously. Her voice was muffled and mumbled beside his ear, sounding like she was venting grievances, a mix of dissatisfaction and anger. He could hear the fluctuating emotions in her tone. There was a breath stuck in her chest that she couldn't spit out or swallow. She was very angry. Whether at the person who escaped or at herself. Gu Shu looked at her dispirited face. Her long bangs were about to cover her eyes, softly lifted and dropped by the wind like black, shiny butterflies, making her skin look even more porcelain white and fragile, almost transparent. He involuntarily reached out and touched her cheek with the back of his fingers. It was as cold as he imagined. Bian Changxi suddenly looked up and glared at him, cupping her face. "Why are you touching my face?" There was a hint of displaced anger and unreasonableness. Gu Shu smiled instead. What's done is done. Instead of being annoyed and blaming yourself, it's better to think about what to do next. Also, don't stand in the wind. Aren't you cold? He dragged her into the room. Bian Changxi tried to pull her hand away, but couldn't. She followed him listlessly. I am thinking of countermeasures. Did you remember what I just said? That woman surnamed Wen has many tricks, possibly more than everything I listed. How on earth are we supposed to deal with this person? Right now, they couldn't find her, couldn't catch her. If they let her be, she was clearly a scourge to them, well, mainly to her. Gu Shu didn't answer but asked, have you eaten? No, right. Come downstairs with me. Hey, I'm talking about serious business. Or should I bring it up here to eat? That works too. It's warmer here. Bian Changxi widened her eyes and glared at him. Gu Shu sighed. I want to catch this person even more than you do. Just to avoid hearing this name every day. Good heavens, he was already so tired of their conversations revolving around such an insignificant person. So let's eat first. We'll discuss it after we eat. He went out and headed downstairs. Bian Changxi stared at the doorway for a moment, her shoulders slumping. She turned and saw the target used for practicing psychic abilities on the wall. Suddenly, a small knife appeared in her hand. She threw it with a flick of her wrist. Watching the knife quivering in the tail of the target, she narrowed her eyes, feeling her frustration hard to relieve. Wen Ming. Huh? She looked at the knife, her eyes suddenly widening. She turned and rushed down the stairs. Gu Shu was still walking down when someone suddenly rushed down from above, fast and fierce. He quickly caught her. You. Bian Changxi grabbed his arm and said excitedly, it wasn't her. It might not be her. What isn't her? Gu Shu found himself unable to keep up with her train of thought. Bian Changxi calmed down and spoke clearly. The person who came out might not be Wen Mingli herself. Before Gu Shu could question her, she continued, I looked at the throat wounds of the two deceased. They were very deep. The invisible person was fleeing for their life at the time. The northeast exit was guarded by 3 people, all skilled fighters and ability users. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to take down 3 people in an instant, right? Wen Mingli is just a space system user. Even if she hides unknown methods and backup plans, her reaction speed and physical ability don't seem to match what happened. Furthermore, to slit an enemy's throat in a moment of crisis, and to cut that deep, considering the deceased were tall men, the killer must have had strong arm strength. That's one point. They also should have been relatively tall. Bian Changxi rubbed her chin. She wasn't tall herself. Putting herself in that situation, fleeing with many pursuers behind, an encirclement around, and 3 people blocking the exit. Even if she didn't have long-range attack capabilities and had to engage in close combat, she wouldn't choose a difficult move like slitting a throat. A stab to the chest or injuring them to disable their movement would suffice. Why kill? Even if forced to kill by the circumstances, a petite woman without naturally strong arm strength. Even Bian Changxi herself wouldn't dare say she had the strength to sever an adult man's throat in one go. Moreover, it was likely a frontal confrontation, not a sneak attack from behind. Even if slitting the throat was convenient, it was impossible for both victims to be killed that way. Even assuming both were attacked from behind, with cuts that deep, the second person would definitely have been on guard. No matter how she thought about it, Wen Mingli didn't meet the conditions to slit 2 throats in succession. So why would Wen Mingli do that? The biggest possibility was that the person wasn't Wen Mingli at all. It was a man, tall, strong, with immense strength and sharp reflexes. He came down from the 3rd floor, instantly killed the people in the corridor, jumped down from the 2nd floor, threw strange grenades, and fired repeatedly in the smoke. Then he ran away before the 2nd encirclement could close in. When blocked by 3 capable people, he slashed out, quickly slitting 2 throats, and then punched or knocked out the other person. This scenario was much more reasonable. Thinking back, the figure under the lime powder did seem vaguely robust. Right, I thought of another point, she added. When that person took out the grenade-like objects, I saw him reach behind his waist. If it were Wen Mingli, she's a space system user. For convenience, she wouldn't carry things directly on her body. Gu Shu's expression tightened slightly. He shouted toward the second floor, "Ah Pei." Gu Pei had actually come out when Bian Changxi ran down shouting, wanting to see what was happening. He responded immediately here. "What's up? Go ask for the autopsy reports of the 2 deceased from today, and get the statement from the unconscious survivor." Okay. Gu Pei immediately returned to his room. Gu Shu then asked Bian Changxi, if that person wasn't Wen Mingli, then where is she? Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes. Actually, we all made a serious mistake at the time. When the heat source disappeared in the room and an invisible person came out, we unanimously assumed that person was Wen Mingli. But if one heat source can disappear, why can't 2? If one person can turn invisible, why can't 2? A sharp light flashed in her eyes, and her voice was low and firm, crisp like jade striking jade. Amidst the tension, a sense of composure naturally emerged. It's confirmed that Wen Mingli entered room 311 last night. Since then, people have been watching. She didn't come out, so she didn't come out, unless she turned invisible and ran away unknowingly. But if that were the case, why would there be such a reaction today? So, I estimate Wen Mingli didn't leave room 311. The person who left today was just a diversion. Speaking of this, she asked, is anyone still monitoring that side? Gu Shu's dark eyes fixed on her, glowing with brilliance as if he had discovered a long-sought treasure. His voice also carried a deep gentleness. Yes. Because Wu Shidong is still there, and Wen Mingli might return, though the possibility is small, the men haven't been withdrawn yet. Then we can check if there was any movement in room 311 after what happened during the day. If the previous deduction is correct, Wen Mingli has only 2 possibilities. 1, she is still there. 2, she has already left, but this must be based on the premise that she can also turn invisible. Bian Changxi paused. But I don't think the second possibility is very high. Gu Shu said, then let's go over and take a look. Eh? Bian Changxi was surprised. You're not going to ask me why I said that. Tell me on the way. Gu Shu drove her out. It was almost curfew, but the villa guards, accustomed to seeing Gu Shu return late at night, knew this was someone who could go anywhere unhindered. They didn't make a fuss and let them pass directly. As the car drove onto the street, Gu Shu asked, why stop? Why do you think Wen Mingli can't turn invisible? At this, Bian Changxi felt a bit embarrassed. Sitting in the passenger seat, she pursed her lips and smoothed her hair. How should I put it? You've sent people to catch Wen Mingli more than once, right? Did you ever encounter invisibility? The reports always said she was too cunning and had already fled before our men arrived. Is that so? This can be interpreted as her perhaps possessing a danger warning device. Every time someone goes to catch her, she knows in advance and escapes. Such treasures existed. She had heard of them in her previous life. They would emit an alarm or flash when danger approached. This would also explain why she was so cautious, acting as if she knew she was being watched, never showing her face. And not sooner or later, but right after Bian Changxi arrived and prepared to act, she suddenly made a move, catching them off guard. But if she relied on invisibility every time, I feel she would have revealed some flaws eventually. Bian Changxi paused for a moment and continued. The second point is, if she could turn invisible herself, she actually wouldn't need to seek refuge with Wu Shidong. This man only admires her. He might not necessarily do certain things for her. For example, if he knew you were hunting her, would Wu Shidong hand her over? The human heart cannot withstand testing. Wen Mingli isn't naive. Presumably, unless forced, she wouldn't take this risk. But she came. Later, even after being discovered by Bian Wei and vigilantly changing locations, She didn't turn invisible or anything, allowing herself to be tracked clearly. This is the second basis. Third, her confidence weakened slightly as she forced herself to say, is intuition. I feel that if she were awesome enough to turn invisible, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state of engaging us in close combat. Actually, there was one point she didn't mention. Since they were treasures, rare, one-in-a-million good things, they naturally had their own temperaments and arrogance. Some treasures required certain conditions to trigger or use. She remembered a famous orb from her previous life. It was made of obsidian or black pearl or something, mutated after absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for countless years underground or under the sea, containing powerful energy. It was discovered and brought into the secular world, becoming a treasure that ability users competed to snatch. Wearing it provided a slight amplification effect. When needed, applying a bit of one's own blood would increase the strength of a tier 7 or higher person by 20%. For tier 5 or 6 people, it would cause discomfort and dilated blood vessels, increasing strength by 100% but causing mental confusion, equivalent to a berserk state without reason. For those of lower tiers, their blood would boil, and they would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. It was a matter of whether one could withstand the orb's energy. She maliciously thought, could it be that Wen Mingli couldn't use the item that granted invisibility? She hoped so. If that were the case, she would feel much more balanced, and Wen Mingli's threat would be smaller. But who was that invisible person? Undoubtedly an expert. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the car navigation system beeped. Bian Changxi looked at the gadget strangely. Why was it ringing? Then she saw Gu Shu press a few buttons, and a document with several lines of text slowly scrolled up. He explained, the core structure of a communicator is installed in the navigation device, along with some components of a tablet computer. It can receive files sent from Ape. Good heavens, when did technology develop so quickly? She immediately leaned over to look. It was a new autopsy report. She didn't understand many of the terms and skipped them. Gu Pei had underlined the noteworthy parts in red. The gist was that the fatal wounds on the throats of the 2 deceased were caused by a dagger. The wounds were clean and neat, done in one breath. Below, there was an estimation of the killer's angle of attack, approximate height, and most importantly, the force used. The conclusion was, prioritize consideration of a male ability user of tier 3 or above. Thanks to Gu Pei's extensive information search, they could now even estimate how much strength different types of ability users at various tiers possessed. In short, it matched Bian Changxi's judgment. Gu Shu stepped on the gas to accelerate. Just as they were arriving, the communicator on the navigation device's casing beeped again. This time, the message was just one sentence. Brother, 3 minutes ago, the vice dean of the Base Research Institute took Wen Mingli away from the Shidong hunting team. Gu Shu frowned, and Bian Changxi also furrowed her brows. Neither spoke. The speeding car arrived at the location. From a distance, they saw car lights flashing and figures moving. People were saying words of joy and congratulations, sending some vehicles off. Gu Shu didn't drive over but parked in a dark corner. Soon, someone ran over and respectfully said outside the window, "Boss, 10 minutes ago, people from the Base Research Institute arrived." It was Vice Dean Major General Deng Yuan, bringing Honorary Advisor and Deputy Director of Research Chu Yi. They took people up to room 311, and a moment later, they brought Wen Mingli out. Bian Changxi's heart sank slightly. She hadn't expected the person Wen Mingli ultimately turned to for help would be Chu Yi. Even more unexpected was that Chu Yi had already assumed the position of Honorary Advisor and Deputy Director of Research at the official Base Research Institute, appearing to hold significant power and prestige. She knew that Chu Yi hadn't achieved such success in the previous life. His current status was basically due to Wen Mingli promoting him. Furthermore, Wen Mingli would continue to provide a steady stream of technological ideas and advanced, exceptional foresight. Such a combination, bound by both sentiment and profit, would likely be extremely solid. Sigh one step too late. She turned to look at the bustling scene, her emotions fluctuating. This Wen Mingli was indeed formidable. Bian Changxi had Gu Shu as a backer providing support, yet Wen Mingli, forced into hiding with few people by her side, still managed to escape, and escape openly and legitimately. Now, even Gu Shu couldn't easily extend his reach into a place like the Research Institute. The messenger looked at Gu Shu's face hidden in the shadows, then glanced in Bian Changxi's direction, lowering his voice further. Before the target left, our man wanted to get close to verify if it was really her. He got a bit closer, but unexpectedly, the target suddenly turned sideways before getting into the car and whispered a sentence into that teammate's ear. Gu Shu looked up. What did she say? Bian Changxi also looked at him. Feeling the pressure, the man reported, she said, "If Miss Bian wants to find me, why go to such trouble? A simple invitation is all it takes, and I would certainly go with pleasure." She smiled and added, "Since Miss Bian is so polite, I'll play the host. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the tea restaurant on Auction House Street. A green Audi will be waiting. If Miss Bian is willing, follow the Audi, and I will be waiting at a restaurant to welcome your esteemed presence." Gu Shu frowned and turned to look at Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi said, "I have nothing to discuss with her, and there's nothing worth sitting down and staring at each other for." Gu Shu's expression softened slightly. The cat had been chasing the mouse for a long time without success. Now that the mouse had escaped, it was posturing and issuing an invitation. While such behavior was annoying, the main concern was that it was likely a trap. Going to such a meeting would be too passive and risky. Bian Changxi thought the same. Actually, she always felt Wen Mingli's hostility toward her was somewhat unreasonable. Initially, it seemed she wanted to seize the Jade Bracelet farm, but at that time, Bian Changxi didn't even know who the enemy was, so there was no room for negotiation. Later, many things happened, and analysis showed traces of Wen Mingli's manipulation behind them. It wasn't until the direct confrontation in District A that things got out of hand. Facing a greedy, vicious enemy who wanted her dead, she had absolutely no intention of negotiating peace. Although both were reborn, theoretically, sitting down for a good talk would be interesting. Bian Changxi also wanted to ask how long Wen Mingli had lived and what happened after she died. However, after repeated clashes, that thought had long been extinguished. For the current her, the past life wasn't important, and whether the enemy was reborn wasn't important. What mattered was the present, the here and now. She didn't want to be stared at by a ghost-like enemy all the time, nor did she want to engage in hypocrisy with her. The messenger listened to Bian Changxi and added, "The target seemed to know Miss Bian would refuse." She added, "Tell her I breathed a few more breaths than her, and know some things she might be very interested in. Also, after the harsh winter, spring and summer will be busy. I sympathize with Captain Gu's hard work and am willing to call a temporary truce." Bian Changxi was stunned and exchanged a glance with Gu Shu. Wen Mingli was using Gu Shu's preparations for heading north as leverage. She was somewhat shaken internally. Could something be made of that matter? Thinking about it, it made sense. That matter had huge implications. Helping would be difficult, but causing trouble wouldn't be hard. She just didn't know where Wen Mingli intended to start. Gu Shu waved his hand to dismiss the man. "Withdraw the personnel here." Then he rolled up the window, started the car, and drove slowly back, saying, "If you want to know those things you might be interested in, go. If not, don't go. As for the truce, you don't need to worry about it." Bian Changxi lowered her head and didn't respond immediately. "Changxi." Bian Changxi sighed. "Don't you think we've wasted too much time on this person? You still have so many things to do." Gu Shu shook his head, staring ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but the sarcastic arc carried considerable sharpness. "I have many enemies. If I compromise because this one threatens me, and yield because that one threatens me, then I might as well not do anything. Although this Wen Mingli has strange and varied methods, she is just a minor character. Discussing a truce with me. She doesn't have the qualification. That woman had hidden in the research institute. How many significant chips did she have left? What waves could she still make? Before, she was a cunning mouse. Now, she was just a mouse that had found a sturdier hole. Although Gu Shu didn't have a great solution for that hole, if he really applied pressure to demand her from the institute, would they really refuse to hand over a Wen Mingli? At worst, that so-called heavily guarded research institute with experts like clouds might not be able to stop his footsteps. A truce depended on whether he agreed or not. Over there, Wen Mingli leaned back in the car seat and let out a long breath. Chu Yi looked her up and down with a faint smile. I always thought the mysterious person providing me with ideas was some large organization. I didn't expect it to be you. We met every day before, yet I didn't recognize you. I truly had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai. The strange tone touched Wen Mingli's tense nerves. She opened her eyes and looked at him gloomily. As long as you know. Without me, would you be where you are today? Hee, don't forget, you were chased like a stray dog just now. If not for me, you wouldn't have been able to walk out safely today. Wen Mingli huffed and turned to look out the window. At this moment, only the two of them were in the car. She said, don't go to the research institute. Find another safe place. Chu Yi looked at her strangely. Safe? Is there anywhere in this base safer than the research institute? Safe? If I really enter the research institute, maybe tomorrow, or the day after at the latest, what you'll see is a corpse. Chu Yi was startled. Is that Gu Shu that formidable? Wen Mingli didn't speak, but a trace of fear appeared deep in her eyes, as if she had thought of some terrible things. She closed her eyes, suppressing the fear. Instead, excitement seized her, and she curled her lips. Not entirely. I want to prepare a big gift to return the favor. It's inconvenient to do it inside the research institute. Chu Yi shook his head. I really don't know what you people think. Fighting all day long, consuming each other's strength, doesn't it just benefit those monsters outside? Hey, I say, with your creativity and my brain, we can definitely make this world shine. Don't tell me you're not interested. Make this world shine, rather than shine in this world. This sentence was enough to show his pride and confidence. Naturally, that is a must. But before that, make preparations first. What preparations? Wen Mingli exhaled lowly. Shift our base of operations. Under Gu Shu's repeated orders, Bian Changxi ultimately gave up on the appointment. The next day, the true process of the entire event was investigated. It turned out the invisible person was none other than Wu Shidong, and the Wu Shidong who led the team out on a mission was an imposter. The latter used a prop that could change one's appearance. Both were captured. Soon, under the effect of interrogation serum, their confessions poured out like beans from a jar. It turned out that the day before the operation, Wen Mingli had a premonition that something bad would happen the next day. She begged Wu Shidong to stay in her room and not leave. Facing the beauty's tears, Wu Shidong's heart softened into water. The two planned together. Wu Shidong decided to accompany her for a day while having someone impersonate him outside to confuse the public. Wu Shidong was the key figure leading to the operation's failure and the death of two of Gu Shu's subordinates. Gu Shu naturally couldn't tolerate such a person. However, he didn't kill him, as a Tier 4 speed type was rare and hard to come by. He took him, the other accomplice, and Liu Ying out of the base for every mission, assigning them particularly dangerous or difficult tasks. A month later, Wu Shidong and the other person died one after another, while Liu Ying persisted without falling. But that is a story for later. The process of impersonation and accompaniment involved several props with special effects. Wu Shidong only knew of a necklace used for invisibility and a mask used for disguise. Both were very old antiques, looking ordinary but having magical effects when used. Bian Changxi held the two items, looking at them from every angle. Before she could figure out the mechanism, Gu Shu borrowed them. That night, Gu Shu disappeared for the entire night, a fact she naturally didn't know. She only knew that from that day on, she received letters every day, letters sent in Wen Mingli's name. The first letter read, "Miss Bian, we are born from the same root, so why are we so anxious to fry each other? In this world, only we are the same kind of people, with the same past and goals. I was mistaken before and did many bad things to you. Please give me a chance. In box XXX, I will personally apologize and explain to you." The second letter. "Regarding the preparations Captain Gu is making to head north, I have thought it over repeatedly and feel there are still several points with significant hidden dangers. At the intersection of XXX, let's chat at 8 o'clock tomorrow." The third letter. "Changxi, I can understand your feelings. We are the same. I strive to pursue a better life, and so do you. If that person could return, perhaps even if it were difficult, you would walk hand in hand. But now everything is just a luxury. Life is like this. It cannot be perfect in every way. You chose power, so you must abandon other things, such as sincerity, such as feelings. I remember how steadfastly you waited back then." From initial bafflement and disdain, Bian Changxi gradually became annoyed. What was she trying to do? Acting coquettish wasn't done like this. And writing such sour, ambiguous words. But even if she didn't want to receive these letters, she had no choice because these strange notes were delivered to Xiao Feng first. Every time Xiao Feng handed her the letters, the gaze that secretly contained scrutiny made her very uncomfortable. She sought out Xiao Feng, hoping to stop receiving these letters. They were clearly meant to sow discord and were childish at that. Xiao Feng smiled faintly, calm and indifferent. "It's my first time encountering such a unique method of sowing discord. Treating it as entertainment isn't bad either." Besides, he glanced over with elegant eyes. "What I pass to you is only a small portion. The others are written even more explicitly. Guess what her ultimate goal is?" She almost punched that gentle face that deceived the world. Since the failed operation to arrest the Wen faction, although Xiao Feng hadn't said anything, she felt he was treating her with even more disdain. She questioned in a low voice, "Where exactly did I offend you?" Xiao Feng looked at her and suddenly smiled abruptly. Bian Changxi was stunned. He gradually settled down, finally becoming rippleless, his gaze distant and cold as he looked somewhere else. "Gu Shu is different from the four of us. He was groomed as a successor since childhood. Who becomes his future wife is, to a large extent, not his personal matter, nor something he can decide alone." Hearing this kind of remark for the first time, Bian Changxi immediately became alert. "What do you mean?" Xiao Feng recalled a deep conversation they had earlier where he vaguely expressed this concern. Gu Shu had raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Feng, am I a man with no confidence? I will coordinate this matter." The person involved wasn't anxious, so why was he being a busybody here? Xiao Feng thought day and night, and finally saw his own impropriety clearly. However, it was in his nature. It was impossible not to worry at all. He sighed. "It means that to sit firmilitercy in this position, you still need to withstand many, many tests. For childish provocations like this, treat them as a condiment. Taking them too seriously is unwise." Bian Changxi's imposing manner instantly deflated by half. She asked suspiciously, "Why does it sound like you mean well for me?" Xiao Feng didn't look at her. "Not for you, but for the big picture. Now is not the time to fuss over small matters. The urgent task is heading north." He paused. "You said the Sioux City base might not hold." Bian Changxi almost stumbled. Damn, so it was for this. No wonder his attitude suddenly improved. She pondered for a moment and asked hesitantly, "Is this a reconciliation or a truce?" Xiao Feng glanced at her sideways. Bian Changxi understood. The busybody manager had finally seen the light. Good news. His constant sarcasm was truly infuriating. Now that he had released a friendly signal, she was willing to accept it. But she couldn't be too unreserved, or she would seem easy to bully and passive. She turned her face away indifferently. Did I say it wouldn't hold? Oh, it seems so, but it's just an intuition. It can't be taken as accurate. Xiaofeng muttered, chewed a temper. He had a countermeasure. Then you need to explain it to Ashu in detail. Many people have been sent out for exploration and investigation these days, but there hasn't been much gain. Time is pressing. We can't afford to delay. Bian Changxi choked on a breath. This guy. He gave her so many cold looks, and now saying a few nice words was this hard. Although she didn't care for his nice words, saying them or not was a matter of attitude, okay. She rolled her eyes skyward. Before she finished, Xiaofeng walked back. By the way, here is today's letter. It seems this Wen Mingli really wants to see you. After speaking, he gave her a meaningful look and walked away leisurely. Bian Changxi gritted her teeth. What did he mean? Delivering letters to her, was this the attitude of peace talks? She opened the envelope with a wooden face. How is the development of your farm going? Damn it. Farm your sister. Endless, aren't you? This is unbearable, Bian Changxi thought gloomily. I'd like to see what exactly you have to say. The next day, Bian Changxi sat in an open-air restaurant amidst fluttering snowflakes. Truly ghostly. To set such a bizarre meeting place. There was only one umbrella overhead, and the wind blew from all sides. It was freezing. Although her body was almost recovered, her resistance to cold was still a bit weak. Moreover, the temperature was now below zero. Breaths truly turned into frost. She stroked Milk's long fur on her lap to absorb warmth. Xiaofeng's words echoed in her mind. This woman maneuvers among countless men and has strange methods. Her plot is certainly not small. Currently, it seems we can be enemies, but not friends. Since conflict is inevitable sooner or later, it's better to resolve her in one go now. Yesterday, knowing she was indeed going to the appointment, Xiaofeng had come to her again. What do you want to do? She's not a fool. Daring to come out means she has prepared an escape route. We don't need a frontal confrontation. This tracker is our old tech. It can still be used after modification. When the time comes, just stick it on her. Bian Changxi looked at the object on her fingertip, smaller than an ant, with curiosity in her eyes. She gazed at the sparse pedestrians on Auction House Street in the distance, stamping her feet lightly. After a while, a beautifully dressed woman walked slowly from the distance, holding an umbrella. You actually came. Seeing you is so difficult. She approached, moved her hand over her face, and it changed into Wen Mingli's appearance. She looked at Bian Changxi carefully with a smile. Why are you still so afraid of the cold? Your recovery ability is too poor. Thanks to you, Bian Changxi said expressionlessly. You sent a confession letter every day, forcing me out. Speak. What words of wisdom are waiting for me? Wen Mingli smiled. What was Vice Captain Xiaofeng's reaction? Bian Changxi looked at her. Congratulations, the alienation plan failed. She tucked her hands in her sleeves and leaned back against the chair. What exactly do you want to say? Nothing much. I'm leaving soon. Before I go, I wanted to see you, to see an old friend, an old leader. She stared at her intently again. You are different from before. The Bian Changxi of the past was rarely seen. Occasionally appearing in public, she was cold and numb, called the Ice Lady. It seemed there was nothing in the world worth a smile from her. Her eyes lacked luster, just like the thousands of people struggling below the survival line. Yet she was clearly second only to one person in the base, commanding countless lives with a wave of her hand. I envied you so much back then. If I had half your status, I could have lived a life like a celestial being. but you don't know how dark and filthy my life was. Gloom rolled in her eyes, her smile like a blooming poisonous flower. Now I still envy you. How can you be so lucky? Truly lucky. You rejected him back then, yet starting over, you met him even earlier and finally ended up together. Why didn't you wait for your white rose? Bian Changxi shot her a cold glare and spoke slowly. You hate me because of this. There are too many people in this world luckier than you. Are you going to hate every one of them and steal their things? Can't I? Wen Mingli laughed wantonly. Isn't good luck snatched? If I hadn't killed that. What was her name? Chi something, Ju Yunhua's junior sister. Would I be covered in treasures now? Bian Changxi looked her up and down. You are truly disgusting. HMPH, how are you any nobler than me? I thought you were affectionate and unswerving. Now, knowing Gu Shu's future, didn't you pounce on him like a fly? Your white rose must be heartbroken to death. Mentioning Bai Hung repeatedly made Bian Changxi's face darken. As she got angry, Milk, who was dozing on her lap, suddenly leaped onto the table and pounced in front of Wen Mingli, baring its teeth with a ferocious expression. Wen Mingli was scared almost out of her seat, her face looking terrible. Didn't I tell you to come alone? Did you say I couldn't bring a pet? Aren't you worried I'll tell your secret? Finally getting to the main topic. Bian Changxi pulled Milk back and smoothed its fur. What secret could I have? She whispered, you say I have a farm, but no one can verify it. You say I'm reborn, but that doesn't affect anything. Anyway, I planned to confess to Gu Shu long ago. Even if you shout it to the heavens, what harm can it do to me? Wen Mingli was stunned. I don't believe it. You suffered a loss once. Do you still dare to tell others about the farm? Don't you know already? What's left to hide? Then why are you sitting here? Bian Changxi fell silent. Wen Mingli raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Inadvertently, she met Milk's eyes again. Those beastly eyes stared at her coldly. From an angle Bian Changxi couldn't see, they were cold, mocking, and disdainful, exactly the same as back then. She wouldn't forget it even if she died 10 or 100 times. It really was this thing. She felt suppressed inside and tried hard to look away. I'll keep your secret, but you have to give me some compensation. Space storage devices, 100 square meters each. I only want 100 of them. Bian Changxi sneered. A lion opening its mouth wide. If I let you extort 100 this time, next time it could be 200. Do you take me for an idiot? Then how about I go around shouting that you have a paradise-like farm, and at the same time shout a few times that you know 6 or 7 years of history and possess powerful prophetic abilities. And chat with everyone about the zombie tide coming soon, the base breaking soon, or say Major General Gu only cared about his own escape from the start, treating everyone in the base as free labor. Tell me, what kind of scene would that be? Bian Changxi looked at her quietly and reached out her hand. Deal. As their hands clasped, a fierce look suddenly flashed in Bian Changxi's eyes. Several wooden spikes struck toward Wen Mingli's face. Wen Mingli had a mocking smile on her lips. A red barrier opened in front of her, blocking all the wooden spikes. Then, her entire person suddenly dissipated on the spot. She reappeared in the distance, smiling beautifully. Remember, bring the things to this place at this time tomorrow. Bian Changxi stood up. A tall, desolate figure walked over from the distance and stood beside her. Are you okay? She shook her head. Wen Mingli looked at the talented man and beautiful woman before her, her smile gradually turning malicious. Major General Gu is here too. I really have a lot of face. But you must watch the person beside you closely, or they might be snatched away if you're not careful. She said to Bian Changxi again, I originally wanted to tell you a happy event because I was in a good mood today. Who knew you would be so unwelcoming? Then I'll leave it as a cliffhanger. Do you know where Bai Hung is? The city after the fires of war was filled with broken walls and ruins, covered in blood and filth. The mournful weeping and desperate screams of survivors echoed everywhere, spreading a desolate and miserable atmosphere. It was the darkest moment of the day, past 5 in the morning, yet the sunlight from the eastern horizon refused to show its face, as if there was nothing in this world worth its glance, as if it couldn't bear to look at this bleak scene of death and destruction. People had to fumble in the dark to collect the remains of their relatives. But among the corpses, gnawed and trampled beyond recognition, how many could be identified? So most people sat slumped on the street, watching the base's guard team holding torches, carrying shovels and driving bulldozers, sweeping away the bones and bodies like garbage. People looked at these guards, their eyes flashing with hatred. The beast tide in the middle of the night came and went in less than an hour. Yet during that hour, these guards, whom they supported with heavy taxes and good food and drink, were almost nowhere to be seen. They left ordinary ability users and survivors to withstand the rolling beast tide with their weak bodies, crushed into blood and dregs. How they wished to rush up, grab these beasts by the collar and ask them, "Where the hell did you all roll off to just now?" "Madam. Madam. No, don't shovel. Madam is still in there." Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out, exceptionally clear in the numb darkness. People looked toward the sound and saw a one-armed man standing in front of the pile of corpses below the administration building, blocking the bulldozer's advance. A man and a woman were desperately searching among the corpses. The woman searched while crying and shouting, frantically pushing away the people trying to shovel them up. These two lunatics pull them away. The leader of the cleanup squad was cold and arrogant. "What madam? Where is there a madam? The leader has ordered that the front of the administration building must be cleaned up before dawn." "Bullshit." The searching man looked up and cursed. "Many people saw Madam sacrifice herself here. We must find Madam's remains. Go ask Ju Yunhwa if he wants his wife to die without a burial place." The leader frowned. "Nonsense. Pull them away." This forceful approach incited public anger. "Madame Bian sacrificed herself here. I saw it. It seemed she was killed by Shu Hong. What is going on? Who is this son of a bitch? Is he trying to destroy the evidence?" People had nowhere to vent their grief and anger. Subconsciously, the dead were on their side, while the living, especially those who hadn't experienced combat, were shameful enemies. Especially since the person lying on the ground now was one of the base leaders. She hadn't been dead for long, yet these people wouldn't even give her final dignity. They dared not say anything when their own relatives and friends were treated this way. But now that the one being trampled was Madame Bian, it was as if the uprising had found a righteous cause. Everyone stood up, supporting their broken bodies, raising their tattered and bloodied weapons, cursing loudly, their eyes red. A riot was imminent. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. A blood-red, almost black fighter jet appeared above people's heads. Even though the sky was dim, by the lights on the jet and the base, people could still see the fierce and streamaliliter-signed fuselage, the terrifying cannon barrels that seemed ready to fire shells at any moment, and the two wings huge enough to flatten a mountain peak like a mutated golden eagle. All of this forced the air pressure lower and lower. The atmosphere was oppressive and tense, the air seeming to swirl overhead. Ah, that's an aerokinetic fighter jet. It's said to require a Tier 8 or higher wind system user to pilot, supported entirely by wind power throughout the flight. The speed is terrifyingly fast. If the wings cut through, even a mountain peak would be sliced flat. Tier 8 wind system. Just the pilot. Then, who is sitting inside the jet? Only Tungyang Base has 2 such fighter jets. A knowledgeable person immediately said, "I heard a white one is still being manufactured." This blood-red one is his personal jet. No one dared to mention that name, whether out of respect or fear. Heavens, had he come. The fighter jet pressed lower and lower. The fierce airflow almost crushed people to the ground. When it was still more than 200 meters up, the hatch opened. A person jumped down, followed by a giant white beast, then a second person, a third person. Bang, bang, bang. They smashed onto the ground straight like stones. The sound and vibration made people involuntarily flinch, but the people who jumped down acted as if nothing happened, not even bending their knees, despite the ground cracking beneath them. A total of 6 people and 1 beast jumped from the jet. The last one to jump stored the fighter jet away. Thus, only these 6 people and 1 beast remained between heaven and earth, yet they exerted greater pressure than the massive fighter jet. Mainly the one in the lead. A tall and upright figure, a meticulous black trench coat, slightly long black hair slanted over his eyes. Those eyes seemed carved with the cold, ruthless blade edges of thousands of years, causing anyone who met his gaze to shudder as if their soul were being crushed. This was clearly an excessively handsome young man, yet in his silence, one could only associate him with an Asura. The half-human height white beast beside him was clearly a white wolf, snow-white long fur, robust chest and limbs, and bloodthirsty eyes that looked ready to devour people. It made people dare not breathe. The man glanced around, forcing people to lower their heads and retreat, then walked straight in one direction, toward the mountain of corpses in front of the administration building. With every step he took, the corpses and items in front of him floated up and moved aside to the street, as if automatically making way. He walked very fast, with large strides, and the obstacles floated and retreated just as quickly. It was like a display of supernatural workmanship. When he reached a pile of corpses, he suddenly slowed down, as if there were something terrifying ahead. After a long while, he sluggishly reached out his hand. One by one, the corpses automatically rose from the ground, separating, and separating again, revealing the charred body at the very bottom. He stared at this charred corpse, whose form was only vaguely recognizable, standing like a statue. After a long time, he slowly squatted down, one knee hitting the ground. That hand, always steady as steel, was faintly trembling. As if using all his strength, he helped up the stiff corpse. A low, extremely suppressed sob seemed to sound between heaven and earth, or perhaps not. That broad black back was tense and bent. A suffocating aura of death overflowed from him like black mist. The people around immediately turned pale, clutching their chests and gasping for breath. Even the 5 people who followed him were slightly horrified, stopping their steps and not daring to approach. Only the white wolf dared to snuggle closely to him, breathing hot air onto his hand, sniffing the corpse and whining low, as if trying to wake the person up. A low voice with no fluctuation rang out. "Go. Make UNHWA roll out here." "Yes." 2 of the 5 immediately took the order and left. The man took off his trench coat to wrap the charred body, picking it up carefully. A blade-like glint flashed in his eyes. The cleanup squad that had wanted to shovel the corpse earlier, whether far or near, inside or outside vehicles, all clutched their suddenly gushing necks and fell down. No one screamed at such a horrific scene, as if collectively silenced. Only one woman's legs went soft, and she collapsed on the ground. He glanced at her. She shouted as if possessed, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." "I know where the leader." "No, where UNHWA is." "They must have hidden when they saw the plane." "I know where they are." The 2 who had set off to find people turned back, sought instructions from the man with a glance, and upon receiving tacit permission, picked up the woman. "Lead the way." They vanished like the wind. The man said, "Juren, you go too. I want them alive." The white wolf responded, looked at its master with concern, and turned into a white blur to chase after them. The man held the body and prepared to leave. The 3 people who were searching for the corpse earlier looked at each other. "Where are you taking Madam?" He stopped. The woman said, "We are Madam's direct subordinates. We survived the disaster and came to find Madam." The man continued to leave, speaking only after a few steps. Set up a mourning hall. Over there, led by the woman, they made many turns and arrived at an extremely hidden underground place. The two men exchanged glances. Good guy, this small base actually has such complex tunnels. If not for a guide, we really wouldn't have found this place. Looking at the woman they were carrying, to know this place, she wasn't simple either. Killing intent rose in their hearts. The three people and one beast approached the room with voices inside. Before getting close, they heard hysterical shouting. Bastard! Bastard! Bian Changxi, you tricked me. Good, very good. You died and destroyed the bracelet too. I didn't know you had such a vicious side. Another voice sighed, forget it. What's done is done. Although the supplies stored in the jade bracelet are gone, at least we still have people. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Once you marry Cai Jiangmei, Fashion Base will be ours. I still have several major projects in hand. If we develop them and take them to Tengyang, we should be able to exchange them for a large amount of supplies. I'm just afraid that person from Tengyang will find out and come to kill us. HMPH, let him kill. If he has the ability and the face, let him come. A pair of adulterers, I've tolerated them for a long time. I elevated Bian Changxi back, then only because she had a treasure and could get Gu Shu's high regard. Who knew the benefits would get fewer and fewer over the years? Then why should I keep this waste? She can't compare to half a finger of Cai Jiangmei. I just didn't expect this jade bracelet to actually ruin my future. Bian, you have guts. Enough, a female voice said. Senior, Brother Chu is right. The person is dead, and the bracelet is destroyed. What's the use of saying this? Fortunately, we are all capable people. If I work harder in the future and discover more treasures. I've recorded the things I found before in a notebook. Studying them to find patterns, it shouldn't be hard to find more treasures. Maybe we can find something even more amazing than that jade bracelet farm. It was just growing vegetables and raising cattle anyway. What's there to regret? I say the pity is Big Brother Shu Hong, actually worn to death by that woman. Truly not worth it. I was wondering why a leader's wife died in a beast tide. Turns out she was plotted against. The people listening outside kicked the door open. What followed was simple. Both intruders were top-tier powerhouses, while the strongest inside, Ju Yun Hwa, was only tier 8. The two grabbed them like catching chicks. The white wolf didn't even need to act. Then the three people in the room were taken away along with the woman who led the way, imprisoned in a room next to the morning hall. Ju Yun Hwa went mad. Looking at the woman who led the way and caused his capture, his eyes nearly split open. Who are you? Why do you know the tunnels? How did you know? The woman kept saying, I was forced. How could she say she learned it when sleeping with a powerful old man who blurted it out when drunk? She panicked and banged loudly on the door. Let me out. I performed a meritorious service. Let me out. Ju Yun Hwa was furious, so angry he even forgot to use his abilities. He grabbed a handful of things from his pocket and smashed them at her. The woman screamed and fell, clutching her forehead. Blood flowed from between her fingers. She rolled on the ground in pain, screaming, looking extremely miserable. Probably because the commotion was too loud, someone pushed the door open and entered. What's the noise? Chief Gu wants to see you. Ju Yun Hwa, the three of you. Ju Yun Hwa looked and exploded with anger again. The person shouting at him, with a commanding and disdainful tone, was one of Bian Changxi's direct subordinates. He actually didn't die. These people were assigned to duty on the city gate tonight, the first line of defense. But he didn't have much time to lament. He was immediately dragged away. Only the rolling woman remained in the room. No matter how she screamed, not a single person paid her any attention. But soon, 4 strong and powerful beast paws stepped in. The woman was already breathing out more than in, unable to cover her face, paralyzed on the ground. Her face was covered in blood, and embedded in her forehead was an object. Looking closely, it was a fragment of a jade bracelet. Scattered on the ground around her were many similar fragments. It turned out the handful of things Ju Yunhwa threw were fragments of a jade bracelet. She looked at the white wolf in a blur and reached out with difficulty. "Save me, save me." The white wolf tilted its head, leaned in to look at her, sniffed the ground, and searched. Then it pawed all the jade bracelet fragments together and placed them in front of itself. Then it lay down leisurely, quietly watching the woman's reaction. In those dark, narrow beast eyes were coldness, mockery, disdain, and ice, as if looking not at a person, but a stone with a shape worth studying. The woman's heart turned cold. She hated it so much. She hated it. Why was there never a person in this world willing to help her, willing to treat her well? That cold, lifeless woman was dead, yet the #1 powerhouse came from thousands of miles away with great fanfare to collect her body. How far was Tungyang Base from here? Yet he got the news and rushed over in just a few hours. How nervous he was. But why was no one willing to help her, to hug her? So unfair, really so unfair. She clenched her fists and pounded the ground, letting out a shrill scream. Immediately, the scream stopped abruptly. She maintained the posture of stretching her neck toward the sky, eyes wide open, dying with grievances unresolved. The white wolf leaned in to sniff, walked around the corpse, and seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, it looked up at the empty air, as if there were something there. Then it quickly gathered the jade bracelet fragments, held them in its paw pads, and walked out while looking at the air. The woman's soul floated in the air. Perhaps because her resentment was too deep, or for some other reason, her consciousness didn't dissipate after death. She spontaneously floated to the morning hall next door. The morning hall was large but simple. However, with 6 Tier 9 powerhouses sitting in town, the atmosphere was solemn and majestic. No one bowed, there was no incense or candles, only a floor of people who had just been executed. Their appearances were terrifying, faces extremely twisted, showing they had suffered cruel torture before death. Dark red, viscous blood flowed everywhere, like a sacrifice for someone. The woman couldn't smell the blood anymore. Otherwise, she would have vomited from the stench. The living, whether being held accountable or watching, were all pale and bloodless. Ju Yunhwa, kneeling there, couldn't stop trembling all over. The woman with him had been chopped into countless pieces, leaving only a head connected to a chest. Pitifully, she wasn't dead yet. As for Chu Yi, the flesh on his research fingers had been shaved off one by one, nerves and tendons severed. His lips and tongue were cut off, so he couldn't say a word. His ears were blown apart, and one eye was gouged out. For a moment, the huge mourning hall seemed like a hell on earth, with wailing and crying mixing together. The woman bent over and dry-heaved, suddenly extremely glad she had died first. And the man who caused all this sat alone by the spirit bed behind the white curtain in the hall, oblivious to everything around him. He wiped the corpse's fingers almost gently. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at that charred, withered face, a pain so deep it was numb flashing in his eyes. "Can you restore her appearance? I want to see her one more time." The chief imperial physician behind him was stunned. He looked at the corpse. This. After all, the life force is gone. But I'll try. He tried. Worthy of being a Tier 9 wood system user, known as being able to save anyone as long as the head wasn't severed and the heart wasn't gone, the charred corpse, burnt like coal, gradually regained full muscles. The skin became lustrous, and the hair became black and shiny, though somewhat knotted. Finally, she turned into a person who seemed to have just fallen asleep, a delicate and pale woman, only temporarily covered in dust. As if when dawn came, she would open her eyes again and give this world a little light and warmth. He closed his eyes heavily. His hands, stiff and empty, clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Barely stabilizing himself, he took a wet handkerchief and wiped the dirt from her face. While doing so, he whispered in a nearly soft voice, "Truly wretched, you person. Never knowing tenderness, even dying so rigidly. Unfortunately, accustomed to being cold and hard, he had forgotten what it felt like to soften his tone. Speaking it felt quite awkward. It didn't sound soft, just slow and dull like a senile old man. He paused for a long time before saying dazedly, "Even you are gone." Many people had appeared in his life, worthy of concern, worthy of entrusting his life to. There were several of them. Such good fortune, yet in the end, no one could walk with him to the finish. Countless sleepless nights, he opened his eyes in the darkness, recounting the first half of his life. His shadow was torn by zombies. Dying on the spot. Xiao Feng turned into a zombie, Xiao Yun turned against him, Old Wu was murdered, Ah Pei committed suicide. One by one. Then it was her. She didn't want him either. He muttered to himself, "First time I saw you." It was very dark. You had just entered the base, looking very down and out, bullied by others, unable to find a foothold anywhere, and finally robbed. You didn't know I was passing by and watching, thinking I'd help you drive away that starving ghost bullying a girl later. But unexpectedly, when you flared up, you were fierce. I thought, a girl like this is like a patch of wild grass with hidden vitality. Give her a sliver of a chance to breathe, and she will take deep root. Growing very hard, very cherishingly. Later, it was indeed so. But seeing her strong and stubborn appearance in front of others, he couldn't help but remember how she wailed after driving away the robbers that day. So lonely, so desperate, so pitiful and helpless. He couldn't help but want to help her, just like those 2 crystal nuclei he gave away uncontrollably. He regretted it more than once. He should have claimed her sooner. Clearly, among everyone, he was the one who met her first, yet he let Ju Yunhwa, who was inferior to him in every way, get ahead. The mistake was simply that, at the time, he really had no leisure to talk about feelings. Later, when he understood his feelings, he couldn't lower his status or soften his attitude. At that time, he was too immersed in his own sorrows and gains, unable to spare a trace of energy to consider others' feelings, thinking the person he liked should understand him. But he forgot, with cold words and a cold face, which girl could have a good impression of him. Moreover, she wasn't a proactive person in relationships to begin with. Even later, knowing Ju Yunhwa's intentions were impure, he left in anger and bitterness, leaving behind harsh words like "you will regret it." Thinking back, it was truly laughable. Knowing it wasn't a good marriage, knowing she might suffer in the future, he should have tied her up so she couldn't leave. So, falling to this lonely state today wasn't without reason. He smiled with desolate self-mockery. Stroking her cold temple hair, he swore in a low voice, "If given another chance, I will definitely give you enough tenderness, the most patience in the world. At that time, don't you dream of bypassing me to choose someone else." The woman's soul hung in midair, weeping silently. She was moved and heartbroken, which slowly turned into full jealousy and unwillingness. Why? Why was there no one in this world willing to be like this for her? Even a true expression of feelings after death would be fine. But right now, beside her corpse, there were only crawling insects, right? She hated it so much, hated it enough to bare her fangs and brandish her claws. She wanted to become strong, wealthy, and hold power, making men surround her, happy for her joy, sad for her sorrow. Never again to be dispensable, with not half a person caring even if she died. While she was resenting and swearing, he had already picked up the body to leave. Bian Changxi's 3 remaining subordinates hurriedly asked, "Where are you taking Madam?" "Don't call her Madam." He had returned to calmness, his eyes cold as knife edges again. "Don't call her Madam. Call her Miss Bian. I'm taking her away." "Wait, put her down." A stern and urgent voice came from outside. Then, the people of the original UNHWA base were beaten inside, stumbling. A group of people followed closely and broke in. The young man in the lead was dressed in white, his features picturesque and handsome yet heroic, as if he had stepped in bringing the first ray of morning sunlight, making this filthy and cruel morning hall glow. His eyes held nothing else, staring tightly at the person being held. His beautiful star-like eyes were bloodshot, tears glistening. Because of his wild run, his chest heaved unsteadily. At this moment, his voice was hoarse. His lips trembled a few times, but he couldn't say another word. That's right, move it a little this way. The sunlight is coming from this angle. How do we disassemble it to expose the solar panels? Get a broom. There's still some snow here. Early in the morning, Bian Changxi was busy on the third-floor platform. After 2 consecutive heavy snowfalls, the meteorology department had forecasted a rare, brilliantly sunny day. Sure enough, she woke up to a sky ablaze with red light. Standing on the high platform and looking out, the base presented a magnificent scene, draped in white and adorned in crimson. Bian Changxi figured it would be difficult to get another sunny day this good before winter ended. Although her farm had ample sunlight day and night, she still had to keep up appearances. So, she decided to bring out some of the solar-powered appliances from the villa that were low on power, along with some from the farm, to recharge them. Moving them was easy, but some of the more technical work was beyond her. She found a few honest and reliable electricians to help. At the moment, the third-floor terrace was covered in appliances, and people were weaving between them, busy with disassembly and placement. While she was busy with the electronics, Auntie Zhao, Lin Rongrong, and Chen Yisha were on the other balconies, airing out clothes and quilts. After a long while, they finished their work. The 2 young women climbed up, rubbing their sore backs. I'm exhausted. You never realize how much stuff needs airing until you do it. Everything is either damp or musty. The cotton quilts in the closets have all gone stiff. Lin Rongrong complained without a care for her image, then looked around the terrace. Changxi, is there any room left? I have a bunch of stuff in my space that needs to see the sun, too. You know, the place we're living in now is great in every way, except it doesn't have a yard. It's so inconvenient to air things out. The 2 of them had moved out a while ago into an apartment complex next to the villa. They had a self-contained suite on the 5th floor, which at most had 2 balconies, not nearly enough space to air everything out. Bian Changxi pointed. Squeeze it in wherever you can find a spot. Just don't block the sunlight from my precious appliances. Lin Rongrong first hung up a few winter coats, then started laying out an assortment of food items, pastries, cream puffs, cup noodles, dried tofu. Suddenly, she cried out, "Ah! No way, this one is expired. And this rice cake? Look, it's grown mold," Chen Yisha said, rushing over when she heard the word expired. The 2 of them were heartbroken. If we'd known, we would have eaten all this first. At least the rice cake can be eaten after washing it, but these eggs. They've gone bad. Bian Changxi also squatted down and sifted through the food with slightly damp packaging and signs of growth. It is a shame. Take everything out. Pack up the good stuff and get rid of what's gone bad. A space element user's dimension didn't have preservative properties. Bian Changxi immediately thought of the massive quantities of supplies her people had been quietly collecting recently. Things with a short shelf life like this would probably spoil before they even set off. That was a problem. Chen Yisha helped sort through the items. At least the spoiled food can be sent to the farm. After being boiled, it can be fed to the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep. She held some of the nearly expired items, looking dazed, then said with some embarrassment, Wrong, we can't finish all this by ourselves. How about I trade you some crystal cores for these things? I want to. You want to take them back for your family? Lin Rongrong shot her a look. Don't talk to me about money. I'm not as wealthy as Changxi, so I can't give you the really good stuff, but I can certainly spare some things that are about to expire. Although the 2 lived together and split their food expenses, Chen Yisha still had a family to support. For various reasons, she didn't interact with them much, but she couldn't help but think of them whenever she came across something good. Occasionally, when she had extra, she would send some things back to her mother. Because of this, she couldn't save much money. Both Lin Rongrong and Bian Changxi understood her situation and would help her out from time to time. Having been innocently dragged into the conversation, the wealthy Bian Changxi was about to speak when a voice came from the neighboring villa. "Miss Bian, busy sunning your things, I see." Bian Changxi looked over. On the third floor of the villa next door, Sun Buchun was practicing boxing. His external martial arts style looked soft and undisciplined, but his inner strength was concealed and his movements were fluid. Bian Changxi could tell he was quite skilled. Ever since she learned certain things from Baldi Qiang, Sun Buchun had become a potential smuggler and a shady merchant in her eyes. Plus, the man had sent people who nearly killed her before, making him extremely dangerous. So she wasn't keen on interacting with him. She gave a faint reply, yes. Sun Buchun glanced at the solar-powered appliances spread everywhere. "It's cold now, fuel is scarce, and electricity is expensive. Solar appliances are in high demand. I wonder if Miss Bian has any more in stock. How about selling some to me? I'll buy them from you at 1.2 times the market price." Bian Changxi smiled. "Where would I get more? I just collected these sporadically during missions. I don't have many in total. Even if she did, she wouldn't give them to outsiders. Plenty of people within Jiang City needed them and could afford them." Sun Buchun surely knew this as well. He was just trying to start a conversation. Bian Changxi was well aware of his intentions, but didn't want to talk to him further. Before he could say more, she excused herself to Lin Rongrong and the others and went downstairs. It was much warmer inside, out of the wind. Bian Changxi rolled up the sleeves of her cashmere sweater and walked down the stairs, step by step. As she looked up, she saw Gu Shu entering from outside, a faint mist rising from his body. You? Why are you back again?" Gu Shu took off his coat and hung it on the rack. "The base entrance is blocked with snow. They're clearing it now, so it's hard to drive. I decided not to go out this morning." He sat down on the sofa as he spoke. "I told them to go back and sun whatever needs sunning and clear the snow off their roofs. I've given them a half-day off. Most importantly, a batch of food and water in the warehouse has reportedly frozen into a mountain of ice. I've sent Xiao Feng to do a full inventory and reorganization." Bian Changxi went to the kitchen to pour him a cup of hot water. Gu Shu had just sat down when a steaming cup was placed in front of him. He paused for a moment. Bian Changxi's smile was also a bit unnatural, but she looked at him without saying anything. Ever since that day when Mingli had uttered that name, neither of them had mentioned it, but an awkwardness, or rather, a strain, definitely existed between them. Even if they acted perfectly normal on the surface, a barrier had formed in their hearts. The most obvious sign was that she no longer went to his study at night, and he no longer entered her room. They had stopped talking and chatting altogether. The relationship they had just begun to build was fragile and unstable. The appearance of the name Bai Heng was like a tiny screw suddenly coming loose. You could say it was insignificant, but you could also say it was a major issue that had left them both at a standstill. Faced with the dilemma brought on by a rival he had never met, Gu Shu didn't take any initiative or forceful action this time. Bian Changxi's cup of water was, in a way, a signal of reconciliation. Gu Shu's eyes flickered, and he reached out to take the cup. "Thanks. Come take a look at this." On the coffee table was a file. It was a rough draft of the plan to head north, specifically, the section concerning the number of people and personnel arrangements. Bian Changxi had told him that Sioux City base would likely fall around late spring or early summer next year, and the two had discussed the matter in depth. At that time, Bian Changxi hadn't yet met with Wen Mingli and was vaguely considering confessing her rebirth. She felt it would be better to tell him herself than to have Wen Mingli broadcast it to the world. She instinctively felt that Gu Shu's attitude and feelings toward her wouldn't change because of it. But it was still a shocking revelation, and there was no pressing reason forcing her to confess immediately. She hadn't mentally prepared herself, so she didn't tell him everything, She only expressed with absolute certainty that the base would not hold. Gu Shu had always trusted her words. From that moment on, he had changed his plans. The change was now laid out before Bian Changxi, most directly reflected in the number of people. Originally, he had only planned to take about 40,000 people. Roughly a quarter of them would be the main fighting force, and the rest would be their families, serving as logistical support. These families were carefully selected. There were no weaklings among them. Most were in their prime, with guaranteed physical strength and combat capability. These 40,000 people would possess great mobility, combat power, and cohesion. He believed they could handle whatever hardships and obstacles they might face on the road. But after learning that the base would fall and that those left behind would face the city's collapse, a desperate flight, and a slim chance of survival, the number of people Gu Shu planned to take had skyrocketed. Bian Changxi glanced at the document. 140,000 people. This is just a provisional number, Gu Shu said without hiding anything. I plan to use the initial 40,000 as the core, and the subsequent 100,000 as the main body. All 140,000 have been screened. They are reasonable, worldly, relatively honest and resilient, and possess self-defense capabilities and certain special abilities or skills. As long as these 140,000 are led well, even if we add more people later and discord arises, our foundation will be solid, and management will be relatively easy. Bian Changxi glanced at him. You managed to gather another 100,000 people with such good qualifications. They're not all from Jiang City, are they? As expected, the document showed that only about 70,000 were from the Jiang City group, nearly half of whom were soldiers, with the majority being outstanding individuals from the general populace. The rest included some of Gu Jianhua's people, mainly Zhu Yiming and his field army, as well as people from certain factions in the base whose names Bian Changxi didn't recognize, and even some from Chao's base. Of course, their participation wasn't guaranteed yet. He still needed to communicate and negotiate with them. Even if he told them this place would be overrun by a sea of zombies, they might not agree to follow him, preferring to organize their own people and be their own leaders. Take the people from Chao's base, for example. Gu Shu had dealt with them a few times and found them to be reliable, with many elites among them. It would be best if he could recruit them, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Then there was Zhu Yiming. Gu Shu valued his field army, but that would involve Gu Jianhua's forces, which alone numbered over 500,000. Gu Shu took a sip of water, his brow resolute. The people from Jiang City may not be as high quality as the others, but they're used to obeying us, so they're less likely to cause trouble. The other nearly 30,000 are the ones who have been truly selected through rigorous consideration. Bian Changxi held the document, thought for a moment, and leaned forward slightly to ask, "You said these 140,000 are the main body. What about the peripheral members? What's your final estimate for the entire group?" Hearing her question, Gu Shu glanced at her. Bian Changxi felt as if he had seen right through her and shifted her shoulders uncomfortably. He reached out, paused, then gently patted her shoulder a couple of times. "Don't worry, I understand the danger of having an entourage that's too large to control. I'm not an impractical person who aims too high. Basically, aside from the vicious criminals who would harm the group and those who are unwilling to leave, I will take all the people from Jiang City. They are our main priority. For now, the entire contingent is tentatively set at between 350 and 450,000. When they first evacuated Jiang City, there were 550,000 people. Some died on the road, and more died gradually afterward, leaving just over 500,000. After excluding some and adding others who weren't from Jiang City, the number came to around 350 to 450,000. Bian Changxi breathed a sigh of relief. This number was still acceptable. If it were 700,000 or 800,000, or even 1 million, it would be bloated and troublesome. But on second thought, she realized she had been overthinking it. Gu Shu was a calm and clear-headed person. He wouldn't try to save everyone out of sympathy, acting like a savior who wanted to take everyone with him. The reason he expanded the numbers was, 1, to take all the valuable and cultivable people he could, preserving as much talent as possible, and 2, to save as many people as he could within his means. And he had set his target as the Jiang City group. Sentiment was one reason, but the other was the understanding that after they left, the Jiang City group, having lost its top leader, would easily fall into chaos. She asked, so, for the 70,000-plus people from Jiang City, has the list been finalized down to the individual? The answer was number. The military is still screening people, which is easy, but it's a bit more difficult with the civilians. The priority is to assess well-known figures while also weeding out the troublemakers. This task is a bit challenging. If you have any candidates, feel free to recommend them. What candidates could I possibly have? Aren't all the people I know already working for you? This made them both laugh. With that laugh, the barrier between them seemed to recede again. But it was hidden, not gone. They both knew something was still missing between them, that a layer still separated them. This invisible yet palpable obstacle was that white rose. A shadow of gloom passed through Gu Shu's eyes. That day, Bian Changxi had used the handshake as an opportunity to stick a tracker on Wen Mingli. The woman truly hadn't noticed. Later, through Gu Pei's computer, they pinpointed Wen Mingli's location. Gu Shu set out with the Shadow Squad, but infuriatingly, despite their speed, the other party still noticed. Realizing Wen Mingli was alerted, Gu Shu hesitated for a moment and decided not to strike. If the first strike failed, her wild accusations would be a huge problem. It was better to keep her stable for now and only tear off the facade right before they were about to leave, when their preparations were more complete. So the next day, at the same location, 50 spatial devices were delivered, and they were only 50-square-meter devices at that. Wen Mingli had demanded 100 square-meter devices. In the end, she only got a quarter of what she asked for. Seeing her get angry only to be stonewalled with excuses like research difficulties, material shortages, and production issues was quite amusing. Of course, Wen Mingli had no idea that these 50 spatial devices also contained a new type of positioning device. One day in the future, these devices might just return to their side, carrying all the supplies the other party had packed inside. But whether it was the nighttime raid or the daytime confrontation, Wen Mingli never revealed Bai Heng's whereabouts. Seeing Bian Changxi's distress gave her great pleasure. She even said the information could be bought, but the price was too high, and Bian Changxi feared she would just spout nonsense, so she decided to ignore her. Thinking of this, Gu Shu felt apologetic for failing to get any information. Whether that apology was tinged with a hint of relief, he couldn't say for sure. After a few days of feeling down, Wen Mingli didn't reappear, and Bian Changxi began to pull herself together. Before they could finish their conversation, a guard outside announced that their neighbor, Sun Buchun, had come to visit. Bian Changxi found it strange. This smuggler is really persistent today. I just shut him down a moment ago. Smuggler. Gu Shu's head snapped up, but he didn't ask at that moment. He put away the file. Let him in. Bian Changxi wasn't interested in this matter, nor in Sun Buchun himself. She went out the back door to check on the villa-style house being built in the backyard. This villa was constructed with high-grade steel and concrete. The foundation alone was over a meter high, with steps leading up to a wide and grand main entrance. The doors and windows were made of large, bright panes of glass. The walls were white, the door and window frames were gold, and occasional orange patterns added a touch of elegance. The villa was 2 stories high, with only a few rooms. At first glance, it looked like a smaller, miniature version of the main villa, giving it a cute appearance. Bian Changxi liked it, but she was even more fond of the bamboo house being constructed next to it. The entire structure was made of dark green bamboo, raised high off the ground on stilts. This would prevent water accumulation and allow it to be placed on uneven ground. It was only one story, but had a large, stable footprint of over 50 square meters. The interior was divided into one large and two small rooms. All the furniture, including tables and beds, was made of bamboo. The roof of the bamboo house sloped down, extending far out to cover the meter-wide walkway and railing in front. One couldn't help but imagine standing under the eaves on the porch during a light breeze and gentle rain, gazing into the distance, a rare pleasure. This was a whim of hers. In her free time, she had thought of all sorts of houses, beautiful, sturdy, simple, and had them all. Then she had a sudden impulse to build a bamboo house, like the ones in movies set in bamboo villages. The thought alone was very appealing. For this, she had even made a special trip to a famous bamboo production base outside the city to get a large quantity of bamboo. Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha teased her for being too comfortable, saying she treated materials, land, and labor costs as if they were stolen. That was how she earned the crime of being extravagantly wealthy. Bian Changxi accepted it with pleasure. She had decided, in the future, when she needed a house outside, she would use the bamboo house in gentle weather and the villa in stormy weather. As for housing for others, she had already collected 7 or 8 houses of various sizes in her farm. Furthermore, houses were now being mass-produced at the activity center, simple, portable structures. With these, even if a group of people had to squeeze onto a large shared sleeping platform, it would still be better than resting cramped in a car. Looking at the rather spectacular construction scene, she thought to herself that over 100 spatial devices, each over 100 square meters, were already in use. She had also gathered a batch of jade to temper in the stream, so making tens of thousands more in the future wasn't impossible. One spatial device per house. When it was time to rest, people would get out of their cars, store them, and pull out houses one by one. What a magnificent sight that would be. But the brighter the future seemed, the more hesitant her heart became, and the more she couldn't help but think of Bai Heng. From what Wen Mingli had said, Bai Heng was supposed to return to the country later. From M country. Would he cross the Pacific Ocean or fly through the sky? It was almost unimaginable. And if he went through all that hardship, was it for her? Was he okay right now? She looked up at the bright, sunny winter sky. The wind was still cold and dry, feeling like knives against her skin. She clenched her fists, a stinging pain in her palms and deep in her heart. But she hadn't forgot that she had already made a promise to another person. Another tall, warm figure was by her side, offering her his sincere heart, and she was moved by it. Slowly exhaling, she also thought about her loyal subordinates from her past life. After she died, what happened to them? Did they die in battle, or were they dealt with by Zhu Yunhwa? If they died in battle, that would be one thing. Otherwise, with Zhu Yunhwa's jade bracelet destroyed and the farm gone, his anger would surely have led to a terrible end for them. She had met those people after going to the capital. In this life, she had to do her best to find them too. Suddenly, she saw a large black shadow in the sky that seemed to be approaching. The closer it got, the larger it became. Was it a cloud? No, this feeling was so familiar, as if it had happened before. She thought back and her expression suddenly changed. She yelled towards the villa, Gushu. Come quick, something's wrong. Gushu rushed out. What is it? Look at the sky. Gushu squinted. A flock of birds. Mutant birds. Bian Changxi said with certainty. In the time it took to exchange those few words, the oppressive flock of birds had drawn closer, growing much larger as if by magic. A faint avian smell and screeching cries carried on the air. Gushu reached out his hand to Bian Changxi. The yellow warning flare. Bian Changxi quickly took out a firecracker-like tube with yellow ends from her farm. Gushu opened it, aimed it in the direction of the birds, and with a whoosh, a flare shot into the sky. It traced a dazzling, slanted line, burning through the air before exploding violently at the other end of the sky. It blossomed into yellow petals, accompanied by an earth-shaking boom. The yellow light and sound lingered for a long time. At the same time, the people of Jiang City, whether inside or outside the base, simultaneously ran out of their houses, jumped out of their cars, or stood up. They all looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing the yellow warning signal, their hearts skipped a beat. There were 5 types of warning signals, starting from the most severe, red, followed by orange, yellow, green, and blue. They were only used during large-scale personnel gatherings and alerts. They had only heard of them before, but had never seen one. Now they were either stunned, puzzled, or shocked, and then quickly became tense. Within 2 seconds, people looked in that direction and saw the oppressive black mass. Because they were tense, they paid close attention. Soon, someone shouted, "Look! A flock of birds. They don't come in peace. Prepare for battle. Chuik, elderly and children, get inside. Hide." The non-Jiang City residents reacted a beat slower, but such a huge commotion made them look up. When they did, they saw the dark cloud. Some even mistook the sound for thunder. How can thunder be so loud? Chuik, go home and hide from the rain. Bring in the clothes. That's not right. Isn't it winter? Why would there be thunder? Isn't that thing a flock of birds? Good heavens, are they here for revenge? There are so many of them. Among the mutated animals of the apocalypse, there were those that crawled on land and swam in water, and naturally, there were those that flew in the sky. A long time ago, back in the new district of Jiang City, Bian Changxi had encountered an attack by a flock of black birds once before. Mutated birds seemed to be far less numerous than mutated beasts. It was unclear whether this was due to environmental limitations or biological reasons. Their numbers were small and their species were few, but whenever they appeared, they were stronger than land beasts and ability users of the same tier. Coupled with their natural gift of flight, they could suddenly appear, wreak havoc, and then fly away high into the sky, often leaving people helpless and with no way to retaliate. Therefore, encountering a large-scale bird attack was a rather terrifying event. The scale of the bird flock this time was much larger than the one in the new district. Bian Changxi remembered that the previous attack had been triggered by the blood and injuries of survivors who had come to seek refuge. Why was this one so sudden? Before she could finish the thought, the oppressive flock of birds had rapidly closed in. Like a cloud of ink or a great wad of leaden cotton, it seemed poised to cover the entire base. People felt the sun above their heads being devoured as the ground was plunged into darkness. Then the birds swooped down, almost scraping the rooftops as they passed over the base, before accelerating their dive and screeching into the streets and alleys, into thousands of homes. Those who hadn't taken shelter in buildings or found cover were the first to suffer. The large black birds were as hard as iron, their wings like cast steel. A single impact was more than a grown man could withstand, and blood instantly splattered 5 feet high. Even for those who had fled indoors, glass windows were no match for their hard, giant beaks. A thin wooden plank could be pierced with a large hole in an instant. Even iron doors were deformed and destroyed under repeated impacts. Vehicles, streetlights, parasols, and pavilions on the streets were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Panic and screams filled the air. At this moment, the Villa District in Area B was not faring well either. Since the attack came from the sky, as long as the sky was undefended, the birds didn't care if you were in Area A or Area B. They didn't care how many armored vehicles or guards you had on the ground. They just flapped their wings and flew right over. So, while chaos reigned outside, the Villa District was also under siege. Seeing the terrifying birds, each as large as half a person, approaching like cannonballs, Bian Changxi flicked her wrist and threw out several machine guns with barrels as thick as an adult's forearm. Gu Shu caught one, and the guards who appeared around them caught the others. These were modified firearms. Based on traditional guns, they were loaded with several times the amount of gunpowder, and used a Tier 2 fire element crystal core as an auxiliary power source. When a bullet hit its target, a device inside would cause it to explode into a ball of fire. Because it was mixed with fire element energy, this flame was exceptionally fierce, with a destructive power more than 10 times that of ordinary fire. There was another type that directly drew on the energy of the red core, spewing a stream of reddish-purple flames from the muzzle. Bian Changxi had named it the fire barrel. Unfortunately, it was still on the production line in the Jiang City arsenal. Otherwise, it would have been perfect for dealing with flying creatures. Several people took the fire guns, found cover, and immediately started firing at the sky. Gu Shu said to Bian Changxi, "Good inside." Bian Changxi had the same idea, but not to hide. She first quickly stored the half-built mini villa and bamboo house, as well as the building materials scattered all over the ground that were tripping hazards. Then, she conveniently placed several neatly stacked piles of sandbags to provide cover for everyone. This would prevent the birds from flying around freely in the yard, and people could use the obstacles to deal with them more calmly. After telling the architects and workers to take shelter in the villa, she happened to run into Sun Buchun, who was coming out from inside. Right, this man had brought a subordinate over to talk to Gu Shu about something and hadn't left yet. Bian Changxi ignored him and ran into the living room, shouting to a frantic Auntie Zhao, "Close the windows and doors. Don't let the birds in." She whipped out a vine, wrapped it around the third-floor hallway railing, and used it to vault herself up. She went through her room to the terrace. Lin Rongrong was quickly gathering the laundry, with Chen Yisha helping. Seeing the flock of birds was almost upon them, Bian Changxi shouted, "Good inside, I'll handle this." Lin Rongrong immediately pulled Chen Yisha back. Bian Changxi sent another vine sweeping flat across the ground. Any item the vine touched instantly vanished. Just as she finished collecting the items and was about to retreat, a bird, as if it had discovered a treasure, suddenly accelerated like a rocket and charged at her. This drastically shortened the time she had calculated for a leisurely retreat. She grabbed one person in each hand, threw them into the room, and stood at the entrance to the balcony in front of the door. With a wave of her hands, countless vines spiraled out, weaving and crisscrossing as they lashed out at the bird. The bird dodged left and right with great agility, breaking through the encirclement. A slight smile touched Bian Changxi's lips. Her eyes flashed with a sharp light. The vines that had been lashing out into the distance suddenly whipped back, intertwining in reverse to form a net. With the speed of lightning, it ruthlessly enveloped the bird just as it was about to reach her. Bian Changxi leaped backward. The bird crashed where she had been standing. As it struggled, she pulled out a fire gun and blew it away with a single shot at close range. She raised the gun and shot down a few more of the closest and most frantic birds, then fled into the room, slamming the glass door shut and locking it. Chen Yisha and Lin Rongrong's faces were pale, but having seen their fair share of chaos, they remained relatively calm. Chen Yisha asked, "Will this glass door hold?" Hard to say. It probably wouldn't. She remembered how the hurricane created by Xiaoyun and Bian Quang's ability, clashed downstairs, had shattered the glass doors and windows in her room. Although they were later replaced with the strongest tempered glass, this room originally belonged to Gu Shu, and the glass probably hadn't been changed. It definitely wouldn't withstand a direct impact. She retrieved the wardrobe from the other side of the room and placed it in front of the balcony door. Then she took out a bed from her farm, stood it upright to block the remaining space, and placed a truck full of bricks behind it, wedging it firmly in place. Luckily, the room had a high ceiling, or the truck wouldn't have fit. That should be enough to keep them from breaking in. "Go block up the other rooms," she said. Right. If the birds get in, this house will be a mess." "I'll help," Lin Rongrong said. She had a few beds and wardrobes in her space. If that wasn't enough, they could use the existing furniture in the villa to block the windows. At the very least, she was the best mover. Bian Changxi led them from room to room, barricading them one by one. Gu Shu's study was the most important, so they went there first. After finishing the rooms on the third floor, they immediately went to Gu Pei's room on the second floor. It had computers and a lot of data that couldn't be destroyed. Just as they finished blocking the outward-facing doors and windows there, the screech of a bird echoed from inside the villa. Bian Changxi peeked out, and to her shock, a mutated bird had flown in. A closer look revealed it had entered through another room on the second floor. It was circling above the high, spacious living room, eyeing Auntie Zhao, Nen, Sun Buchun, and his subordinate on the first floor menacingly. The moment Bian Changxi peeked out, it shifted its target. With an excited screech, it flapped its wings and charged at her. Damn it! Bian Changxi raised her gun. Just as she fired a shot, a black shadow suddenly darted out from a nearby room, tackling her to the ground. She slid a good 2 meters along the smooth, clean hallway floor. The shot naturally went wide, shattering 2 light bulbs on the living room chandelier. While she was still in midair being tackled, she immediately propped herself up with her left hand and grabbed one of the large bird's talons to prevent it from clawing directly into her chest. If that claw had landed true, her heart would have been pierced. She couldn't do anything about the other sharp talon gripping her shoulder. She hit the ground hard and slid for a couple of meters, feeling dizzy for a moment. With a bird half the weight of a person on top of her, she found it hard to breathe. Opening her eyes, she saw its blood-red beak about to peck her face. With a flick of her hand, a vine shot out from nowhere, instantly wrapping tightly around the bird's beak, face, and neck. The other end of the vine whipped over the bird's back, and she hooked it with her raised left foot, wrapping it around a couple of times and pulling hard to yank the bird's head back. Kuh! Kuh! The bird screeched in panic. The vine was digging into its eyes. It flapped its wings desperately. The wings, like cast iron, struck Bian Changxi's body, causing sharp pain. The wind they generated sent her hair and eyelashes flying, blurring her vision. Its 2 talons tightened their grip, and blood began to seep from her left hand and shoulder. Despite this, she clearly saw the first bird, now unobstructed, charge towards Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha in the doorway. She frowned, but a jet of water shot out from the room. The jet of water, fired in a panic, was powerful but lacked accuracy. It only grazed the tip of the large bird's wing, causing it to swerve. The next moment, a huge water ball was thrown out, drenching the bird from head to toe. The large bird dropped slightly. Then Lin Rongrong, clutching a large cotton quilt, charged out fearlessly and threw it over the bird, tackling it to the ground. She then immediately teleported away, a skill she had only recently mastered after countless days of practice. After teleporting back into the room, she and Chen Yisha unleashed a barrage, one with a random assortment of heavy objects, the other with water balls of all sizes, pummeling the bird so relentlessly that it couldn't get back up. Bian Changxi broke into a cold sweat. Compared to their attack, hers seemed almost gentle. She looked back at the one on top of her. Her right shoulder was pinned, but her right hand was free. A gleaming golden tang sword suddenly appeared in her hand. In an upward arc, she swung it close to her face, severing both of the bird's talons. With a kick of her legs, she pushed it off, leaped to her feet, and sliced its neck. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the tang sword flew through the air and pierced the struggling, pitiful bird that was trapped under the quilt. Her strength, combined with her natural accuracy, and secretly augmented by her psychic ability to guide the blade's direction, allowed her to hit the bird's streamaliliter-signed head with pinpoint precision. The creature instantly went still. By this time, Auntie Zhao and Nen had just managed to arrive. Bian Changxi pulled out her knife and walked to the door of the room the bird had entered. It was Xiaofeng's room. It was large, but unfortunately, it had no balcony. The 2 glass windows were smashed to pieces. All the furniture in the bird's flight path was knocked over and broken. The items on a desk were swept to the floor. There was a large, dirty claw print on the bed, and half of the quilt had been dragged onto the ground. Bian Changxi inwardly cheered. She thought viciously, Xiaofeng's room. The more destroyed, the better. Bian Changxi's resentment towards Xiaofeng had reached a certain point. Although she didn't show it on the surface, she now took secret pleasure in any minor misfortune that befell him. But as satisfying as it was, for the safety of everyone else in the villa, she still managed to block the window before a third bird could charge in. Then, they all worked together to barricade the other rooms. By the time they had fought and barricaded their way through the house, the battle outside was also winding down. Everyone dealt with the last bird, remained on alert for a while longer, and then finally cleaned up and retreated into the villa. Sun Buchun immediately put on a solemn expression and said to Gu Shu as he entered, "An attack of this scale has never happened before. First those crawling things, and now these flying ones. These mutants are getting more and more audacious." He lowered his voice. "My assessment was correct. This place is becoming increasingly dangerous, and the base is not united enough. Sooner or later, disaster will strike. Major Gunarl Gu, you should make a decision soon." Bian Changxi glanced at him. Seeing his serious demeanor, anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was the commander who had just led the charge against the enemy. But the reality was, he and his subordinate had barely lifted a finger during the fight, staying safely on the first floor. Sun Buchun probably had some skills, and the person with him was likely strong as well. But in a time of crisis, all they did was watch. His subordinate even protected Sun Buchun so tightly, standing so far away, as if a mutant bird might swoop down and carry him off, while the rest of them were their obligated bodyguards. The feeling was terrible. This person was even worse. Only when it was time to clean up did he rush over and posture, as if he had made some great contribution. Bian Changxi thought only brainless people with no foresight acted this way. She never expected a grown man like Sun Buchun to pull the same stunt. She couldn't even be bothered to look at him anymore, but from his words, it sounded like he was urging Gu Shu to leave. While treating the injured, Bian Changxi tried to catch Gu Shu's response. Many people were injured. An injury from a mutant bird of that size and strength was a deep wound that could expose the bone. Fortunately, she had fully recovered and could heal them in minutes. Only 2 people with injuries that reached the bone would need a few more days of rest. The rest of the house, both inside and out, was a complete wreck, a truly dismal sight. She heard Gu Shu give Sun Buchun a few perfunctory replies. After he was sent away, Bian Changxi went up and asked, what did he want? He said he's not optimistic about the base and wants to team up with me to head north, Gu Shu said with a low, mocking laugh. He was also probing about Wen Mingli. The failed pursuit last time, and the explosion in Area A before that, those with a keen sense could piece together some clues. Sun Buchun was also looking for Wen Mingli. He was probably in a difficult position now. Bian Changxi didn't know if he knew that the people who tried to kill her before were sent by him, or if he knew that the true mastermind was Wen Mingli, and that he, Sun Buchun, was also involved. This would directly determine whether he and Gu Shu could cooperate or were destined to be enemies. If it were anyone else, Gu Shu wouldn't bother playing along. But this Sun Buchun was deeply entrenched in the base. On the surface, he was just a successful businessman, but he had connections in both the military and the government. Although his connections didn't reach the top leaders directly, the lower-level officials and clerks could sometimes be more troublesome and effective. This was why Gu Shu hadn't kicked him out, despite his frequent visits and attempts to act chummy whenever they met outside. He was actually a bit puzzled himself. If Sun Buchun was trying to curry favor with him, it didn't seem necessary, nor was he going to such lengths. Yet he was indeed very clingy. For such a dignified and shrewd person, he always put on a pleasant face in front of him, almost to the point of fawning. By the way, you said he's a smuggler. Gu Shu suddenly remembered. Bian Changxi shrugged. The movement pulled at her wound, and she winced, reaching up to heal the injury on her right shoulder. I was just guessing, but this Sun Buchun is definitely good at scamming people. She briefly recounted Baldy Chiang's story. Although Baldy Chiang was a bit gloomy, he wasn't one to lie. For him to hate someone so much that his sole purpose in life seemed to be revenge, Sun Bu-chun must have done something truly despicable. To her surprise, after hearing the story, Gu Shu's face grew thoughtful. Do you know which prison that Baldy Chiang came from? Number is something wrong. Gu Shu moved away from the others and quickly explained, before the apocalypse, wasn't I on a mission? It was related to prisoners, and it also involved smuggling. Bian Changxi covered her mouth slightly. What a coincidence. I remember now. Was it those underground arms deals? Gu Shu nodded. The 2 laptops you gave us back then had a few maps of their hideouts. The hideouts we took down on our way from Jiang City were located using those maps. In reality, this syndicate operates worldwide, illegally selling arms between countries. A certain city in China was their main base of operations, and our mission was to capture the leader of this group. Seeing Bian Changxi's surprised expression, he had no choice but to continue explaining. At the time, we didn't expect such a major case to be involved. We only knew that the person had escaped from prison, and we had tracked his movements. Our job was to send him back to prison. If the apocalypse hadn't come at such a coincidental time, we would have already completed the mission. Bian Changxi had known a little about this before, but didn't know the inside story. She thought for a moment and gasped, pulling him further into a corner. Back at the 4S dealership, underground, I ran into a zombie that looked a lot like Baldy Chiang. He had a crew cut and seemed to be wearing a prison uniform. Could that have been his partner? If so, it was almost certain that Baldy Chiang was connected to this case. Gu Shu's expression turned serious. When we have time, ask him to come over. I'll question him myself. Although this matter was important, it wasn't the most pressing issue. Less than half a minute after they finished talking, Gu Shu's communicator beeped urgently. Gu Shu walked over to the broken door and spoke for a while, his expression growing heavy. The losses are severe. Are the casualties bad? I should go to the hospital and take a look. I was just about to head to the activity center. Let's go together. Gu Shu led her out. The path was littered with bloodstains. Combined with the slippery, snow-covered roads, the conditions were terrible. After driving for a short while, they had to get out and walk. Bian Changxi found it strange. These birds are tough, but are the people really that weak? Where are the district's guard teams? The security. It's mainly because the bird flock came so suddenly. The base has no anti-air defense facilities or corresponding countermeasures, so everyone panicked, Gu Shu said. But it's not like this all over the base. The flock came from the west, and this area is closer to the west gate, so it bore the brunt of the attack. The east and south sides weren't hit as hard. Before they even reached the activity center, they saw countless stretchers and ambulances heading in their direction. When they arrived, the scene was even more chaotic and devastated than they had imagined. The activity center had also been attacked, but fortunately, it was guarded day and night by the army and warrior squads. The base's armed forces had no anti-air defense training, but Gu Shu had trained his subordinates in it a few times. They immediately organized a defense, which was effective. At the same time, the buildings were sturdy and spacious, so once everyone else took shelter inside, it wasn't a major problem. However, there was a hospital here. Afterward, the injured from Jiang City and even other factions in the region were sent over, making the place crowded with casualties, like a disaster relief site. Without needing to be told, Bian Changxi found the hospital organizers and immediately got to work. Gu Shu, on the other hand, was surrounded by people, almost swallowed by the crowd. This is a warning to us. These monsters are starting to attack us humans. It's no longer a peaceful coexistence. The base is in danger. Bian Changxi had only treated 2 people when she heard an elderly man with an injured leg sigh with worry. The people around him agreed, though some were more optimistic. It's just because it's too cold and they can't find food. It'll be fine after winter. Back when it was so hot in the summer, we thought we could finally catch a break when the weather cooled down for autumn. Who knew winter would come so suddenly? And who knows if it'll turn into a scorching summer right after winter ends. In the dead of winter, these things come to harass us because they have no food. In the heat of summer, will they come back because they have no water or shelter? So what do you suggest? What can you do if you don't think positively? HMPH, in any case, life is becoming impossible. This was in the large tent in front of the hospital. The hospital certainly couldn't accommodate everyone. The lightly injured didn't need to be admitted, and the severely injured who were on the verge of death were difficult to admit and couldn't be delayed by procedures. So the most lightly and most severely injured were all under the tent. Bian Changxi was among the severely injured, but she could still hear the chatter from the lightly injured group. Although it was annoying to listen to, it was easy to see that with the appearance of the insects, snakes, and now the bird flock, people were losing more and more faith in this base. If it weren't for the fact that Sioux City base was the largest and most populated in the vicinity, and the surrounding smaller bases were even worse, they probably would have fled already. This way, it should be easier for Gushu to propose a retreat to the north in the future. In fact, as long as it wasn't Wen Mingli spouting nonsense, it was good for people to gradually become aware of the situation. The only fear was that someone with ulterior motives would deliberately stir up trouble and cause a civil disturbance. This was also why they had to tolerate Wen Mingli. The leverage she held was basically just the threat, "I'm going to go out and talk nonsense." It seemed harmless, but in extraordinary times, the scariest thing was someone with a little bit of information speaking half-truths, mixing facts with fiction. If the masses were incited, it would be like a speeding train that couldn't be stopped. The slightest problem would lead to destruction and death. Of course, they could also have people slander Wen Mingli, but someone with nothing to lose isn't afraid of those who have everything to lose. Wen Mingli could afford to hide. She was a lone wolf, unafraid. Even if you said she was a demon in disguise, even the most superstitious and angry people couldn't do anything to her because they couldn't catch her. But Gushu's plan was a large-scale operation with a long preparation period. The top priority was to seek progress through stability and to stabilize public morale. The more people felt the base was unreliable, and the louder the calls to leave became, the less reason they would have to fear Wen Mingli. That would be the time to deal with her. Even if they couldn't finish her off completely, she would have lost her leverage. As Bian Changxi was thinking, a voice suddenly said, "Why do you think so many birds appeared all of a sudden?" Even if they were starving, these animals are all experts at seeking advantages and avoiding harm. They don't know how weak our base is, so why would they all swarm in like this? Scattered around Sioux City base were 5 smaller bases. The smallest had a population of less than 200,000, and the largest did not exceed 1 million. Chao's base was about average. Compared to Sioux City base, whose army alone numbered over 1 million, these were truly insignificant. At this moment, atop a lighthouse in one of these bases, a person was observing the direction of Sioux City base with a pair of binoculars. Then he clattered down the lighthouse steps and entered a secret underground location. Report. Bird Flock number 1 was a success. They broke into Sioux City base without any resistance and caused massive destruction. It's estimated that they've suffered heavy casualties. In the demilitarised lit room, several people were sitting or standing. Each one exuded an aura that was either overly gloomy or overly arrogant. A murderous intent lingered around every person, a brutal, bloody, and unrestrained presence that cast a pall over the entire room. Upon hearing the news, one person burst out laughing. "I knew this would be the result. Commander, you can rest assured now, right?" A person rocking back and forth in a rocking chair was intently studying a translucent, dazzlingly bright Tier 5 white crystal core in his hand. After a long moment, he lazily asked, "Did the birds perform too well, or was the other side too pathetic?" The person reporting back said fawningly, "A bit of both, but the ferocity of the bird flock also exceeded expectations. How did that Juga kid become so useless? He was on the battlefield back in the day, yet he can't even fend off a few birds. The person in the rocking chair snorted. Old Joe's ability is quite good. Reward him well. Someone beside him immediately responded respectfully. Yes, Bird Flock number 1, Wolf Pack number 2, and Snake Swarm number 3. These are our 3 sharpest swords. The ability to summon and command mutant beasts is probably one of a kind. It's all thanks to the chief's discerning eye. Otherwise, we would have missed out on such a talent. This made the commander smile, but he didn't reply. The first person to speak, a man in a leather jacket with a roguish air, spoke again. But we've only tested the bird flock so far. Number 2 and number 3 haven't been deployed yet. Should we find another target? He glanced at the commander. Why don't we wait for that guy surnamed Gu to lead his team out and ambush him on the road? If it weren't for that brat messing things up, we would have been back in the capital before the apocalypse. Why are we still stuck in this godforsaken place? The respectful voice immediately interjected, that's not a good idea. If there's anyone in Sioux City base with a clear head and ruthless methods, it's him. Why didn't we send the wolf pack and Snake Swarm to attack Sioux City base? It's because we were worried they wouldn't return. The bird flock can retreat much more easily. For the next 2 drills, we should choose 2 smaller bases as targets. He faced the commander. After all, we're just testing command effectiveness. The focus isn't on how many enemies we can annihilate. Oh, so you're scared of that brat? Of course I'm not scared, it's just unnecessary. Commander, Gu Shu is just a minor character, following Fu Kingsong's orders. We can certainly eliminate him. But even if we did, it wouldn't have any impact on the situation in the capital. And he is, after all, a sharp weapon. To break him, we'd have to pay a price. With our current strength, we shouldn't pay that price so casually. He paused, then said with sincere loyalty, the most urgent matter is to return to the capital. The number of zombies is increasing, and they're becoming more rampant. The bases around here are all disorganized, and even Juga Yunma is a disappointment. We can't achieve anything great here. I believe only the capital and the West can serve as the final strongholds for the entire Chinese nation. It's been less than half a year since the apocalypse began, and the capital must be in a frenzy of power struggles. If we delay any longer, there won't be any cake left for us when we get back. We must return quickly, join forces with our allies to stabilize the situation, and overthrow Fu Kingsong. When that's done, will we still have to worry about dealing with a mere major general? The commander was silent for a long time. Finally, he laughed heartily and rubbed the top of his head, where his hair was growing back. All right, we'll do as you say. The man breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, then I'll go consult with Mr. Zhou and see which base is suitable for the drill. The commander waved him away, then turned to the man in the leather jacket who was leaning against the sofa with his arms crossed. Not convinced. Are you that eager to have a showdown with Gu Shu? The man grunted twice. Commander, I've been patient for long enough. He always used to one-up me, and now. I heard Gu Shu is also recruiting troops, clearly planning to head north as well. Why not take him out now, before he gains momentum? The commander admired the crystal core again, not answering the question directly. There's a man in Sioux City base named Sun Buchan. That kid has some background. He used to be our agent for business in the Jiangnan area. The man in the leather jacket was taken aback. Commander, you mean? I heard he's been getting quite close to Gu Shu lately. Go and see what he's up to. Although the trade channel is one way, there's no guarantee he hasn't figured out something about our supply situation. I don't want to be traced back to the source again. He was referring to the time before the apocalypse when, despite being extremely covert, Gu Shu had still managed to dig them up and nearly expose everything. Although he spoke in a normal tone, the gloom and suppressed anger in his eyes were very obvious. The man in the leather jacket suddenly understood. The commander probably wanted to give Gu Shu a hard time, even more than he did. He smiled. Then I'll make a trip. And while I'm at it, I'll cause some trouble for him. After sending the man in the leather jacket and everyone else away, the commander stared at the crystal core with an inscrutable expression. Hasn't gained momentum yet. The other party hadn't, but neither had he. Bian Changxi didn't know that the bird attack was man-made. Although she also found it strange that such an abnormal and illogical event had occurred and had considered the possibility of human manipulation, she felt that if someone had such a powerful and terrifying ability, what could they possibly gain from launching such a rash attack? To let the bird flock out for a good meal. Besides, this wasn't the only base, and she hadn't heard of such things happening at other bases before. As she treated the wounded and listened to the discussions around her, she pondered the matter in her heart. A short while later, Gushu came to find her. There's something rather important. Can you get away? Bian Changxi looked at the patient in her hands, whose waist had been chewed through, nearly severing him in two. She asked with difficulty, "Do I have to go?" Not necessarily. It's just to listen to something. You can stay busy then. Don't overwork yourself and stay safe. He dropped the curtain and left. Bian Changxi blinked at the swaying white curtain, unable to guess what the matter was. It was almost sunset when Bian Changxi finally finished her work. There were still many wounded, but she didn't need to work until the dead of night. Privileges were always nice, and the people at the hospital were used to it by now. She only came occasionally to help, and only treated those on the verge of death. No one commented on her leaving early. Moreover, the 3 wood element users she had personally trained were far superior to ordinary ones in terms of skill, technique, and proficiency. Each one was as effective as 3, which had already greatly eased the hospital's burden. As usual, Bian Changxi got into the car driven by Lin He, with Zhao and still sitting beside her. Sorry to keep you waiting. You two must have been bored today, she said. I'm not injured or in any danger now. I'm going to tell Gushu to let you do your own things. Following me around is too much of a delay. Miss Bian. Zhao Enan was very surprised. Lin He also looked at her through the rearview mirror. Bian Changxi waved her hand. I know you're following me on Gushu's orders. I'll persuade him to change them. If you could gain something by being with me, that would be one thing. But our abilities are different, and my level is too low. I can't offer you anything. It feels like a waste of your talents. I'm sure he doesn't want to see 2 talented people held back like this either. I'm telling you this so you can be mentally prepared. In truth, she had wanted to dismiss these 2 bodyguards for a long time. It wasn't that she was dissatisfied with them, but she felt guilty for holding them back. If they weren't with her, they could probably be leading their own teams by now. And to be blunt, if she wasn't injured and was at her peak, she could handle most situations herself. And for situations she couldn't handle, these 2 wouldn't be able to either. So their role as bodyguards was meaningless. To have them just run errands and drive was a real waste of talent. She thought for a moment and had the car take a detour. She wanted to pick up Baldi Chiang and take him to the villa. The car approached Baldi Chiang's residence. It was a relatively run-down area in the Jiang City Group's residential district, with low, old houses of various sizes scattered about. The roads were wide enough for cars to pass through. Just as they were about to turn onto Baldi Chiang Street, Bian Changxi was about to say stop so she could get out and walk over. Suddenly, she noticed a man in a black leather jacket, leather pants, and a hat leaning against a wall at the intersection ahead, smoking. His attire and demeanor screamed trouble. Of course, there were plenty of unsavory characters around these days. The immense pressure of survival tended to create people with psychological issues. But looking at the man ahead, even though she couldn't see his face clearly, only his silhouette, Bian Changxi felt a sense of danger. She didn't say stop. Instead, she said, drive straight past. Don't stop. If there had been another intersection, she would have chosen to turn. As they got closer, the man in the leather jacket suddenly looked up. Under his slanted, coffee-colored bangs, His eyes held a roguish, almost obscene, and sinister glint. The car windows were clearly tinted, yet he seemed to be looking straight into Bian Changxi's eyes. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he curled his lips into a silent smile. "Miss Bian." Lin He sensed something was wrong. Bian Changxi pressed her lips together, unsure if this person was targeting her or was just one of those mentally unstable individuals. In the instant the car was about to pass the man, he made a gun gesture with his right hand and mouthed the word bang. Bian Changxi's pupils contracted sharply. She could almost see a strange, rapid vortex of air approaching like a bolt of lightning. She raised her hand. A thin, sharp wooden spike shot out. The air current and the wooden spike collided at the exact same point, one on the outside of the car window, one on the inside. The spinning tip of the air current made contact with the transparent white layer of ice coating the wooden spike. Cracked. Cracked. The car window shattered instantly. Immediately after, the wooden spike broke through the air current and shot out like a meteor, while the air current, with all its momentum focused on a single point, was split apart and dissipated into a murky wave of air that rushed into the car. Bian Changxi pushed Zhao and then down onto the car seat. In that instant, Bian Changxi felt as if every strand of her hair was standing on end. Through her blurred vision, she realized three things immediately. First, her opponent was an air element user with a cultivation level of at least tier 3. Second, the attack was intentional, he was coming straight for her. Third, he was ruthless and extremely dangerous. There was a fourth, minor thought that flickered through her mind. She really needed to cut her hair. She threw herself flat to avoid the blast of air and scrambled back up instantly. The man in the leather jacket had already reached the window. He splayed his fingers, and several invisible currents of air shot through the shattered glass. Bian Changxi summoned vines to intercept and entangle the invisible gusts. The cramped interior of the car was soon nearly filled with vines, but several still managed to snake out through the gaps in the window, lashing toward the man. Lin He was a capable fighter, but more importantly, he didn't know if the man had reinforcements nearby. Without waiting for Bian Changxi's command, he refused to stop. He slammed his foot on the gas while gripping the steering wheel with one hand, simultaneously firing off countless wind blades at the attacker. Wind and air elements were essentially the same in nature. Both manipulated the atmosphere, just in different forms. Consequently, both users were extremely sensitive to fluctuations in the air. Facing the barrage of invisible wind blades, the man in the leather jacket immediately twisted the air in front of him, creating ripples to block and neutralize the attacks. With his other hand, he caught a vine that was about to strike his face. He let out a low, mocking laugh. Feisty. In that split second of engagement, the car roared past him. The vine in his hand was ripped away at high speed. What he hadn't expected was for the smooth, frost-covered vine to suddenly shift, sprouting 3 sharp, jagged edges that sliced 3 bloody gashes into his fingers. That wasn't all. In that same moment, a substance within the vine surged into his wounds. He felt a chill in his palm from the cuts, but before he could offer another flippant remark, his expression shifted. A wave of intense vertigo washed over him. Bian Changxi turned her head slightly, looking back at him with cold eyes. If she weren't worried about potential accomplices nearby, she would have jumped out of the car to teach him a proper lesson. But then, bang! A loud explosion echoed, followed by the sounds of a brief, sudden struggle. The noise was coming from the street where Baldi Qiang lived. Bian Changxi sat up straight. This man's behavior was arrogant and strange. He had shown blatant provocation the moment he appeared. Given the location, she suddenly realized who he might be. She looked back and saw a particularly burly, tall man fleeing from the intersection, pursued by 2 others. The man in the leather jacket was indeed capable. Bian Changxi had used wood energy to paralyze his nerves, intending to cause dizziness or even a coma. Under normal circumstances, the dose she gave him should have knocked him out for at least half a minute. However, only a few seconds had passed. He stood there clutching his forehead, looking miserable, but as Baldy Chiang tried to run past him, the man snapped to attention. With a swift grappling move, he slammed Baldy Chiang to the ground as easily as if he were tackling a child. So they were after Baldy Chiang. In the past, she would have assumed Baldy Chiang had simply offended someone else. But now, her mind immediately made the connection. Baldy Chiang equals Sun, Bu Chun equals smuggling case equals Gu Shu's mission. Therefore, this scene meant someone was trying to sabotage Gu Shu. This clearly fell under the category of extremely important. Her tone shifted instantly. "Stop the car." Even as she spoke, she had already opened the door and leaped out. As her feet and left hand hit the ground, several thick vines surged out like an electric current. They swept across the pavement with the force of iron rods. The man in the leather jacket reacted instantly, grabbing Baldy Chiang and leaping onto a nearby wall. The two other pursuers were half a beat slower. They were swept off their feet by the vines and promptly bundled up like cocoons. The man in the leather jacket seemed shocked. Was the power of these vines really this great? Had the situation changed that fast? He looked up at Bian Changxi, his gaze deepening as he finally began to take her seriously. Bian Changxi didn't have time for a staring contest. She spotted a tree behind him and channeled energy through the vines touching the ground. It was like opening a floodgate. A surge of power rushed forward. Her eyes shone with a brilliant light, and her hair and clothes fluttered as if caught in a phantom wind. She twisted her left wrist, which was still gripping a vine. The man in the leather jacket waited to see what move she would make now that her aura had peaked. Though he was surprised, he didn't feel threatened. He was too confident. He didn't believe a little girl, especially a wood type, could pose a real danger to him. At most, her methods were a bit eccentric, and she had some clever tricks. He didn't realize that his opponent's move had already been unleashed. The large tree behind him suddenly exploded in size, its branches and leaves surging as if they'd been injected with stimulants, reaching out to wrap around him from behind. Baldy Chiang, who was being pinned down, saw this and was terrified, though not of her. He struggled desperately, rolling off the wall just before the branches could ensnare him, then ran toward Bian Changxi with everything he had. The man in the leather jacket was startled. Is this person crazy? In the next moment, his body, limbs, mouth, and eyes were all bound tight. His vision went dark. To an outsider, it looked as if a crazed mutant tree had snatched a man and was trying to absorb him into its trunk. It was a terrifying sight. Bian Changxi continued to pour energy into the tree, making the branches strong and resilient. It was a direct contest of wills between her and the man. She used her power to imprison him, while he used brute force to break free. Their strengths clashed directly. Bian Changxi's chest felt heavy, and her head began to throb. After all, she was relying on energy, while he was using raw physical strength. She had to convert her energy into physical force, and within those few seconds, her body's metabolism spiked to an unprecedented intensity. She immediately felt a strange sense of weakness. She knew she couldn't drag this out. Seeing Baldy Chiang reach safety, she jerked her head toward the car, signaling him to get in. At that moment, the man in the leather jacket finally tore through the branches. He leaped down from the wall, covered in dust and debris, and roared Bian Changxi. As he lunged, Bian Changxi flicked her wrist, sending several wooden spikes flying. He used a violent surge of air to deflect them, sending them spiraling off course. He took 2 more steps forward, before suddenly stopping and tilting his head. A small knife grazed his cheek. A knife? Why is there a knife? Weren't they all wooden spikes? Even as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately churned the air in front of him, forming an air shield. This type of shield was sometimes more effective than solid earth or ice walls because it could redirect the force of an incoming attack. He turned back to look, only to see Bian Changxi with a faint smile. Her hands were raised at her sides, as if she were cradling something. Hovering above her palms and even over her head were dozens of small, exquisitely crafted knives, their blades shimmering with a cold light. Even for a man who had seen many strange things, this sight made his eyes widen in shock. Bian Changxi flipped her palms and pushed forward. All the knives shot toward him, not in a straight line, but in arcing trajectories. They curved around his sides, over his head, and even behind him, suddenly accelerating as they closed in. The air shield was completely useless. The man was horrified, but Bian Changxi didn't stay to see how he dodged. She turned and dove into the car. The engine roared, and the vehicle sped away in a cloud of dust, not forgetting to snag one of the cocoons from the ground and toss it onto the back of the car. By the time the man in the leather jacket swatted the knives aside and looked up, there was no sign of the car or the girl. Bian Changxi didn't stop feeling lightheaded and short of breath until the car entered the villa district. Using too much energy in an instant was one thing, but the primary cause was the massive drain on her mental power. Even now, using her psychic abilities resulted in these side effects. The only difference was that her threshold had increased. This was the first time she had controlled so many knives simultaneously. She had to calculate their paths, manage their acceleration, and apply significant force. That one move had drained most of her meager mental reserves. But she'd had no choice. Her elemental energy hadn't recovered fast enough, and she felt that if her energy failed, her mental power would have to compensate. If she hadn't been so exhausted, she wouldn't have chosen to flee. She sat in the car, leaning her head on her hand with her eyes closed, unwilling to move. Lin He and the other two didn't dare disturb her. They quietly got out and dragged the human cocoon off the roof. There were quite a few people in the villa. They came out to see the car screeching to a halt, shocked by the sight. Gu Shu immediately ordered the iron gates opened. What happened? Zhao Enan gave a quick, simple summary of the events. Gu Shu listened as he walked to the car. Bian Changxi opened her eyes, took a breath and stepped out. A close call. The opponent was strong, but he probably underestimated me because I didn't look dangerous. She smiled. We got something out of it. Or rather, you might have more trouble on your hands. Gu Shu ignored her teasing. He held her shoulders and looked her over carefully. There were no injuries, but she was quite pale. Are you all right? Bian Changxi shook her head. Lock this person up. Maybe we can get some answers. Gu Shu gave a look to his trusted subordinate, Flying Eagle, who immediately took charge of the human cocoon. Xiao Feng led them to a place in the villa to hold the prisoner. Actually, there wasn't a dedicated cell, but they would make one. Bian Changxi noticed the villa was under heavy guard. There were layers of sentries outside the yard, and inside, the curtains were drawn tight. Every door and window that could be closed was shut, as if they were up to something illicit. Is this necessary? She wondered. Setting up the house like this just because of a flock of birds. Isn't that a bit much? But the moment she stepped into the living room, she understood why. Chu Hao was there, as was Chen Guanqing, and even the non-human Xiao Ai. Gu Shu explained when the birds came, Chen Guanqing felt something strange. He believes this bird attack might have been man-made rather than a natural occurrence. We were just discussing it. It wasn't so much that Chen Guanqing had sensed something abnormal, but rather that Xiao Ai was acting out. Before the birds appeared, Xiao Ai had become inexplicably irritable and restless. Once the flock arrived, she grew even more agitated and frantic. By now, Xiao Ai's appearance was quite close to that of a normal person. She could breathe, eat, and drink. She could understand simple things Chen Guanqing said to her, though she remained sluggish and stiff, somewhat like a robot. Because the space element couldn't store her, she had to live in the open air at all times. For this reason, Gu Shu had specially arranged a secluded and safe residence for Chen Guanqing. But when she went into a frenzy, she nearly tore the house apart. Her roars and growls had almost been heard outside. Later, during the bird attack, she had even summoned a dense swarm of her own, nearly causing the house to be smashed apart. Chen Guanqing and Chu Hao, who lived with them, had barely escaped with their lives. With Xiao Ai acting so strangely, Chen Guanqing naturally searched for the source of the disturbance. Based on his findings and his own vague intuition, he concluded that the bird attack was man-made. There is someone behind the scenes who can summon mutant birds, he said with 70% certainty. Bian Changxi held a cup of warm milk provided by Aunt Zhao, leaning against the wall at the edge of the living room. She listened to the men talk while secretly observing Xiao Ai. The loose, ordinary sportswear did a good job of hiding her overly skeletal frame. Her cheeks were sunken, and her eyes were somewhat recessed. After all, she wasn't human. She had evolved from a zombie-like creature, and her aura was always a bit eerie. She sat to the side like a wooden statue, her ear-length short hair lacking luster and partially obscuring her face. Her eyes, staring at the floor through her hair, were hollow and devoid of spirit. Xiao Ai's ability was summoning mutant beasts. Bian Changxi suddenly wondered how much of a gap there was between Xiao Ai's power and the person who had driven the birds today. To be able to manipulate such a massive, sky-covering flock of birds, each one so fierce and large, how strong must that exorcist be? In her previous life, Bian Changxi had never personally seen an exorcist, neither one who controlled zombies nor one who controlled mutant beasts. So she had no frame of reference, but she had a vague feeling they must be at least Tier 4. They certainly weren't as low as Tier 3. Ow! The fluffy, white milk circled around her feet. Seeing that she was ignoring him, he finally grew lonely and let out a soft, delicate cry, pawing at her feet and nipping at her pant leg. Bian Changxi looked down at him. This little ungrateful thing. Since Gu Shu hadn't left the base this morning, Milk had treated it like a holiday and wandered off to explore. She had only realized when she got back to the villa that the fellow had just returned from who knows where. He was becoming more and more prone to staying away from home. He has no idea I was almost kidnapped by a bad guy, she thought. She picked him up, and he happily scrambled onto her shoulder, crouching down. Bian Changxi felt a heavy weight on her shoulder, warm and soft. She had to tilt her head to the side. Please, you're not a mouse or a kitten anymore. You're the size of a fox. How can you balance on a shoulder? Chen Guanqing was still speaking. I'm not sure of the exact location. The opponent didn't launch another attack after that. Gu Shu's eyes darkened. The scouts outside the base followed them for a bit. After retreating, the birds headed into the western mountains, but we can't be sure of their final destination. Gu Pei looked at his laptop and said, the base contacted 5 neighboring bases. We haven't heard back from the 2 furthest ones, but the 3 closest ones said they haven't experienced anything similar. It seems we were the only target. Gu Shu brought the small meeting to a temporary close. If it happened once, it can happen again. Chen Guanqing, stay alert. If you notice anything similar, notify me immediately. For convenience and to protect Xiao Ai, there's a basement under the warehouse. I'll have to ask you to stay there for the time being. As for Chu Hao, because of Xiao Ai's outburst, their previous residence might have been compromised. If there was any safe place in the base, it was this villa. Besides, their previous home was also windowless and soundproofed, which was no different from living in the dark. Thus, Chen Guanqing had no complaints about moving to the basement. On the contrary, being allowed to stay in the villa was a sign of immense trust and regard. Aside from the original 6-member team, only Bian Changxi lived here long-term. Aunt Zhao and Anan were logistics staff, so they were different. Hearing his name, Chu Hao immediately said, I'll go back to the old place. Before, it was just because Guanqing and Xiao Ai couldn't live alone. Now that Major General Gu is looking after them, my role as a space user isn't as necessary here. Gu Shu looked at the young man, who radiated a sense of honest energy. I heard you've been helping a lot of people. They're calling you the base's #1 tycoon. Chu Hao's expression stiffened. He glanced at Bian Changxi and said embarrassedly that's just rumors. Could he say that the real tycoon was actually Bian Changxi? Long before they entered the base, she had been the one supporting and supplying him. After entering the base, because of Chung Haijun, she had given him supplies several times. Later, under Gu Shu's care, he received a job and housing. Most of these arrangements were made through Bian Changxi, and she had provided even more resources. He had benefited quite a bit. Knowing that Bian Changxi liked to help people, even if she didn't do it directly, he used those resources to help others. Ultimately, it was Bian Changxi who had prompted him to do so, both mentally and materially. Fearing he might cause her trouble, he hadn't told anyone that the real benefactor was her. Gu Shu followed his gaze. Bian Changxi was sitting on the furthest sofa, with the white beast perched on her shoulder. One was a bit large, a bit heavy, and had a bit too much surface area in the rear. The other had shoulders that were too narrow. Milk's sitting position looked awkward. He had nowhere to put his front paws, and his whole body kept sliding off her shoulder. When he slipped, he would grab her clothes and climb back up, stubbornly determined to stay perched there. Bian Changxi looked helpless, unable even to drink her milk in peace. However, it was clear she had a smile on her face and was enjoying the game, watching Milk scramble around. They're both childish, Gu Shu thought. But her complexion looks much better. Gu Shu withdrew his gaze and said to Chu Hao, "With your personality, you must get along well with many people. First, see if there are any clever and capable people among your subordinates, and recommend a few to me. Then, keep an eye on the people around you. Make a list of those with excellent character and those with terrible character." His tone was relatively gentle, unlike his usual cold demeanor. "Don't go back to the audit department for now. Do this for a day and give me a report. If you do well, I have a mission for you." This was a sign that he was about to be entrusted with an important task. No one wanted to be useless or overlooked. Chu Hao was ambitious, especially since he cared about Chen Guanqing. He didn't want to be left too far behind, creating a gap so large he wouldn't be able to help in the future. He excitedly accepted the task and left the villa. With the two of them settled, Xiao Feng returned from interrogating the prisoner. His expression was grim. Even his usually elegant and noble demeanor was now somewhat dark and intimidating. He looked at Bian Changxi, who immediately became alert. "Does this guy have another idea?" Gu Shu said, "It looks like there's big news. Let's talk in the study." The core members in the villa were Gu Shu, Gu Pei, Xiao Feng, and Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi hadn't planned on going, but Gu Shu said, "Changxi, you come too. This involves you." Bian Changxi could tell this was a high-level matter. She didn't want to give Xiao Feng more reasons to be annoyed with her, but considering it involved Gu Shu's most important affairs, she couldn't remain ignorant. She followed them. The prisoner's mouth had been quite stubborn, but as the saying goes, with truth serum, even a stone would talk. Xiao Feng had quickly obtained information that was both expected and surprising. Xiao Feng said, according to the confession, he directly serves Lin Kun. The man behind him is K. Lin Kun. K. The usually calm and collected Gu Shu suddenly changed color. "It's them. It really is them." Xiao Feng turned to Bian Changxi. "Miss Bian was the man you fought, a man in his 30s, looking like a street thug, wearing a black leather jacket." Bian Changxi nodded in surprise. "They know him. Then there's no doubt." Xiao Feng lowered his head and let out a cold laugh. Lin Kun came specifically to take Baldi Qiang. After that, he was likely going to Sun Buchun's home. I asked Baldi Qiang. He was originally the head of security for Sun Buchun's underground assets. Later, when they got involved in smuggling weapons and drugs, something went wrong. He and another man were framed to take the fall, and their families were held by Sun Buchun. However, Sun Buchun didn't play fair. Both families met with misfortune. That's why the two of them hate him so much. Baldi Chiang said they escaped from prison during the collapse of order after the apocalypse. They haven't contacted their hometowns since. Once Baldi Chiang confirmed his wife and daughter were dead, he swore revenge on Sun Buchan. Bian Changxi didn't quite understand. The part about Baldi Chiang and Sun Buchan was clear, but who was Lin Kun? And who was Kay? Not just her, but Gu Pei was also in the dark. Xiu Feng had no intention of enlightening them. He asked Gu Shu, if Lin Kun is here, is Kay also in the base? Why are they after Baldi Chiang? Bian Changxi gnashed her teeth. Stingy jerk. Haven't you heard of collective brainstorming? If you won't speak openly, how can anyone help analyze or come up with ideas? Fortunately, Gu Shu was more reasonable. He explained to his partner and his brother, Kay was our previous target. Lin Kun is his subordinate. If Sun Buchan's smuggling was the surface, Kay was the mastermind underground. A villain boss. Then he must be very powerful. A mobster. Yes, perhaps an organization as powerful as an underground kingdom. Gu Shu smiled strangely. He used to be a famous veteran in the military. A military veteran turned arms smuggler. Talk about a relevant skill set. Bian Changxi felt a bit of a headache. Setting aside the man's identity, background, channels, and professional knowledge, the mere existence of an underground kingdom was terrifying. For Gu Shu and his 4 companions to be tasked with capturing such a villain, this mission was truly high stakes. Gu Shu continued to explain. Years ago, Kay had been stripped of his political rights for life and sentenced to life imprisonment for conspiring with foreign entities and selling military secrets. In truth, had it not been for his past military achievements, his contributions to the country, and the collective maneuvering of his former students and subordinates, he would have been executed immediately. Who could have guessed that years later, he would suddenly escape from prison? Furthermore, various signs indicated that the supreme leader of the nationwide arms smuggling syndicate was the very man confined in prison. He had even managed to operate smoothly through certain channels while incarcerated, commanding from afar. Corrupt and bold businessmen like Sun Buchan, who acted as smuggling agents, were scattered across the country. They weren't direct subordinates, but they were held in a tight grip, monitored and controlled, a fact even Sun Buchan himself didn't know. So, how vast and terrifying must the true face of this organization be? Actually, there's no need to worry too much. After the meeting adjourned, Gu Shu pulled milk off Bian Changxi's shoulder. He spoke to her privately with a serious expression. The arrival of the apocalypse has returned communication and transportation to a primitive state. Even a highly disciplined and closely knit organization will be fractured. Kay can, at most, rally the people in the Jiang City and Sioux City areas. The people in this area are already quite formidable, okay. Bian Changxi might not have understood everything, but she wasn't without a clue. She knew that the southeastern coast was a vital hub for maritime foreign trade. Smuggling here was bound to be rampant, so there would be no shortage of personnel. With such a large group of veterans, and given that Gu Shu knew how to build a power base, the big villains certainly wouldn't be lagging behind. In fact, the opponent's progress was likely faster and stronger than Gu Shu's. Bian Changxi felt a chill as she thought about it. If Kay's trusted lieutenant, Lin Kun, had appeared here, Kay himself probably wasn't far off. After all, Gu Shu had come to this area for his mission, which meant Kay was here, and it wasn't impossible that he had stayed until now. Having such a powerful, vengeful organization, one that operated in both the light and the shadows, was truly like having a thorn in one's back. Compared to this, what did Wen Mingli matter? Then, does Lin Kun's appearance mean he's going to move against us? Gu Shu's handsome, deep features fell into a pensive silence. He was also surprised that Kay was still in the south. He had originally wanted to clear out the nests and find clues, not necessarily to catch Kay, but to find some trace of why the chief wanted him to return a year later. He wanted to figure out what might happen in the capital so he could prepare. He hadn't expected Kay himself to still be around. I'm not sure. Gu Shu wasn't ashamed to admit it. He wasn't omnipotent. K was of the older generation. In terms of intellect, cunning, and ability, he was far ahead. He was an opponent on the level of the chief. Even if Gu Shu knew the man's exact location, he might not be able to confront him. His biggest fear wasn't a direct confrontation, but rather that the man, who might not have intended to act, would be provoked into sabotaging them. That would make things very difficult. The primary mission was to return to the capital. That was the main battlefield. As long as he couldn't finish K off here, doing anything more would be a waste of effort. So what he told Xiao Feng was, wait. It would be best if they didn't provoke them. If they did, they would just have to fight it out. Gu Shu looked at Bian Changxi, his gaze softening. Did Lin Kun really not hurt you? Bian Changxi was stunned for a moment. Am I that useless? Lin Kun is certainly difficult to deal with, but I have good eyes and quick reflexes. Since he was tough, I chose to end it quickly. That's why I'm back in one piece. She sighed. It's just a pity I didn't catch him. He must know a lot more. Gu Shu smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. It's a good thing you didn't linger. This Lin Kun is not simple. Oh. Back at the Guneral staff, when we went out on missions, he was my rival for a while. For a while. Later, I pulled ahead. Oh, so he's not as strong as you. Bian Changxi felt that a man with that kind of ability, one who didn't take his enemies seriously and lost the initiative due to overconfidence, not to mention that unrefined aura, really wouldn't amount to much. However, she made a mental note to be more careful if she encountered Lin Kun again. The next day, the Chaio base was attacked by a pack of wolves. On the fourth day, a small base was attacked by venomous snakes. Both incidents resulted in significant losses. Even before the news spread, Chen Guanqing had notified them. The people in the villa were silent. The animal attacks were indeed man-made. There was no such thing as a coincidence, especially when the attacks occurred one after another, day by day. Were mutant beasts nowadays really so unafraid of humans? The existence of such a summoner among humans made many people's skin crawl and kept them awake at night. Especially after Gu Shu discreetly informed the base of the suspicion of human involvement, the top leadership was shocked. It was actually man-made. Who has such courage and such ability? If the person's ability grew stronger and they brought in more beasts or even zombie swarms, the four walls of the Sioux City base probably wouldn't hold for long. It was truly terrifying. They mobilized people to investigate. The level of importance and the scale of the operation should have kept the opponent from being too arrogant for a while. Gu Shu sighed and said after a long silence, "It seems this was a drill. They are testing this ability." After two more incidents occurred, Chen Guanqing, after repeated deliberation, brought everyone some good news. Summoning was extremely taxing on the mind and strength. Once the mental power was damaged, the defense would weaken. Chen Guanqing had sensed that the core of the summoning energy was located within a base. It was the largest base under Sioux City, with 900,000 people, a fairly high-class and large-scale place called the White Tiger Base. If the Chaio base was supported by the Chaio family, with the family and merchants playing the leading roles, the White Tiger base had a bit of a triad origin. It was initially established by some underworld forces. Eventually, it gained a reputation and scale. Survivors from other places, unaware of the details, would flock to the White Tiger base if they couldn't get into Sioux City. Over time, the population grew. For a base founded by triads, the appearance of an eerie summoner or an exorcist, as Bian Changxi knew them, didn't feel too out of place. Gu Shu began to have people keep an eye on the White Tiger base, but he didn't dwell on the matter. He couldn't let it delay what needed to be done. In fact, he vaguely felt that K might have something to do with these 3 mutant beast attacks. He only accelerated his preparations for departure. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the weather grew colder. A bowl of water left outside would freeze in minutes. the plague of insects and snakes finally came to an end. The snakes had gone into hibernation, and the insects likely couldn't withstand the cold. But at the same time, the number of people freezing to death skyrocketed, first the elderly, then the children, and then the adults with weaker resistance. Every day, families couldn't sleep without a fire. It was a necessity to pile every bit of warm clothing and bedding onto themselves. Because some heating equipment or air conditioners required electricity, and power was severely lacking, solar heaters and air conditioners became extremely popular. Some areas suffered from day-long power outages. People cut down trees for firewood, and black, ashy smoke drifted everywhere. Eventually, all the trees inside and outside the base were cut down. Families that hadn't prepared actively now had nothing for warmth. With heavy snow blocking the roads and the remaining trees being cut down by order of the management, it was almost impossible to find another tree to fell. As for places far from the base, the wild animals were starving. Firewood was important, but life was more important. Nowadays, ordinary people wouldn't leave the base. Without leaving the base, there was no fresh mutant beast meat, no crystal cores, and no new supplies. Within a single week, prices in the base soared. At the same time, many opportunistic profiteers appeared, and monopolies formed, causing public outcry. Only the people of Jiang City, who had firewood, charcoal, and pre-stored supplies, fared well. When needed, they opened their warehouses for distribution. Of course, this distribution wasn't free. People needed crystal cores to trade. Regardless, the people of Jiang City were indeed living the best in the base. Gu Pei recorded all of this with trepidation, sighing, "With prices fluctuating like this, it's a wonder the base can stay stable. It's a wonder people can stay calm." Bian Changxi looked at the little historian and agreed. So, when we do things in the future, we must handle these matters well. She looked out the window at the swirling snow. This winter was truly being spent in the snow. Before the previous accumulation could melt, the next layer fell. The roads were always muddy and filthy, and everywhere was damp. It was rare to see the sun for days. Honestly, in this kind of weather, even relying on solar power was difficult. Today, Gu Shu had taken his men out again. He was diligent, so diligent it was almost frustrating. At this time, mutant beasts were quite fierce and highly aggressive. He had heard that small bases had already been attacked several times on a small scale. Yet, he insisted on taking his men to the mountains. He had scoured all the nearby peaks, taking turns leading groups for training. Ever since K had surfaced, everyone had been in a state of tension and alert. Although nothing had happened since, everyone acted as if they'd been jolted, working against the clock. Gu Shu and his 4 companions even set aside their administrative duties to focus on improving their strength, heading out every day. Even Xiao Feng was no exception. The work inside was mainly managed by Gu Pei and Bian Changxi. There were corresponding personnel to carry out the tasks. They only needed to monitor progress, verify results, and set the direction. The main tasks were only 2. First, selecting people, and second, preparing supplies. Gu Pei managed the people, and Bian Changxi managed the goods. She was a space user and had produced space artifacts, so managing this was appropriate. Given Bian Changxi's personality, she naturally wanted to go out and train as well. However, someone had to stay behind to keep an eye on things. Although Gu Shu had capable subordinates, personnel and supplies couldn't be entirely entrusted to others. Leaving Gu Pei, who had no self-defense capabilities, alone inside was something no one felt comfortable with. Since the 5 of them were so active, if she insisted on going out, one of them would have to stay behind. Bian Changxi didn't want to be unreasonable. The reorganization, inventory, and distribution of supplies were conducted at the audit department. Recently, the number of people leaving the base for missions had decreased significantly, so business at the audit department had quieted down. Countless warehouses and factory buildings sat idle, providing ready-made venues. Once the gates were closed, no one knew what was happening inside. Bian Changxi gathered all the capable and loyal space users, as well as those already using space artifacts. Because absolute loyalty was required, the number of people wasn't large. There were only 72 space users. The one with the largest space was Su Chense, which was around 1,000 square meters. Bian Changxi didn't know the exact figure. Even the one with the smallest space had 200 square meters. There were more people with space artifacts. Bian Changxi's plan was to let Gu Shu's absolute inner circle use them, and Gu Shu had agreed. But since most of those people were busy training, Bian Changxi first gave the 500 artifacts she had already produced to the logistics staff, the non-combatants. The space in these artifacts ranged from 50 to 200 square meters. 572 people, that was a formidable number. She had these people first bring out all the supplies they already had, taking inventory and categorizing them. Originally, one of their duties was to serve as the mobile warehouses for the Jiang City group. There were also over 100 space users who served as mobile warehouses but weren't qualified to handle core matters. Their supplies were left untouched for now. Then, she had the mobile warehouses act as porters, moving the stored supplies from the warehouses trip by trip, also recording them in the ledger. This activity was carried out in several warehouses simultaneously. As soon as supplies arrived, the audit department staff processed them. Then, several people calculated the appropriate type, quantity, and proportion for the space users and space artifacts to store. Each space had a person specifically responsible for recording how much they had taken. These spaces would be specifically assigned to small team units in the future. From now until they reached the capital, this basically wouldn't change. Because the warehouses supplemented each other without interference, no one except Bian Changxi, who wandered around, could know the overall situation. While she wandered, she would always borrow a few things. Anything she considered important, she would privately tuck away: rice, clothes, blankets, oil, weapons. This was also why Gu Shu had her oversee this matter. Bian Changxi's space was enormous, so large that she had once stated it wouldn't be difficult to store all of the Jiang City group's supplies. But if she did that, the entire team's survival would depend solely on her, which would be a terrible situation for everyone. However, such a good resource couldn't be wasted. After discussing it with Gu Shu and the others, they decided to let her take 5% of the important supplies. She would become the largest warehouse for the entire team and the final guarantee for supplies. Even Xiao Feng hadn't opposed this, and it was kept secret from the outside, known only to about a dozen people. We need more than just paper ledgers. Bian Changxi waved her hand, secretly taking a small portion from a batch of liquefied gas tanks that had just been transported from the warehouse. She muttered to herself, "They even have these. If I'd known, I would have wandered through the warehouse first instead of acting like a thief here." She went out and said to Pei Chusan, the head of the audit department, "We also need to create an electronic magnetic card for each space. We need a record of how much went in and when, and how much went out. It should be clear at a glance with a swipe of a machine. This is good for them and for the collective." She then said to Chu Hao, who was following her, "I'll leave the magnetic cards to you. Take a trip to the workshop. They happen to be making ID cards there. Have them. Never mind, just record it directly onto the ID cards. Get the machines and the cards ready, and then stay with Gu Pei. He needs you more than I do. Pei Chusan, you'll be responsible for recording the data for each space user. It needs to be done by this afternoon." Both men agreed. Chu Hao immediately took his people to the workshop. Fortunately, it was in the same activity center and wasn't far. Pei Chusan watched Chu Hao's retreating back, thinking, this guy is a rising star. If he wasn't mistaken, the leaders of this supply team being built would include Su Chenxi himself and this Chu Hao. Su Chenxi was one thing, his strength was undeniable. His own position was also relevant. But Chu Hao, he was just an ordinary space user. Wasn't it just because he was close to Bian Changxi? But Pei Chusan didn't dare raise any objections. Chu Hao also held the position of recommending talent to the big boss and refining the list for the northward team. If someone was good, they were placed on the first or second tier list, which meant they would receive attention and preferential treatment. If his assessment showed they were idle and lacked ambition, they were placed on the low tier list. Anyone he blacklisted was basically unlikely to follow them north. They would be considered dead weight. This position was too important. The number of people who knew about the northward plan could now be counted in the tens of thousands, and at least half of them were thinking of getting on Chu Hao's good side. Everyone was human and had their own concerns. If they could get their friends and relatives onto the first-tier list through Chu Hao, it would mean securing a good future for them. Pei Chusan sighed. He was considered well-regarded, but compared to Chu Hao, he was miles behind. What could he say? This man's honesty and diligence were one reason, but his friendship with Bian Changxi was another factor that couldn't be envied. He withdrew his gaze and said to Bian Changxi, "Miss Bian, I'm afraid our supplies are more than these 500+ people can handle. Some things take up a lot of space. You know, one person can't fit much furniture. Our most important items are food, water, oil, weapons, and vehicles. Most of the vehicles will be driven. Weapons are still being mass-produced and will be given directly to the soldiers. As for blankets and clothes, the weather won't be as cold as it is now when we leave, so we don't need to prepare too many. We only need the most important medicines. Furniture can be reused. As long as we have some, it's fine. We can take less. Prioritize the essentials," Bian Changxi said. More space artifacts will be produced in the future, so don't worry too much. But then again, we're not going on a vacation. Anything that doesn't hinder the overall situation, we can leave behind. She would go and get them later. She was both a thief and a scavenger. How tragic. But it was also good to replenish the farm. In her previous life, she never had such an opportunity. Taking things gave her a sense of satisfaction. Even if some things didn't seem worth a look. A table, a chair, a pot, a bowl, even a brick or a piece of steel, not being able to produce them when needed was a terrible thing. Before, she didn't have the ability and only sought to survive. Now that she had the ability, she sought to live with quality and standards. Gu Shu was going to take many people with him and would be responsible for their lives. She would accumulate wealth for him. Even if it was just small details, people often cared most about such things. The people at the bottom didn't care about grand directions. They only knew that when they were tired, they had a bed to lie on. When they were cold, they had clothes to wear. And when they were hungry, they had food to eat. Whoever could provide that, for them, was their leader. Bian Changxi, once again, felt like a little squirrel busy collecting food for the winter. Compared to practicing her abilities, this feeling wasn't bad either. She stepped onto the muddy, filthy road and spent the entire day wandering around. It took a full day of work to fill the spaces of the 572 people, and as expected, a lot was still left in the warehouse. The wealth of the Jiang City group was beyond what outsiders could imagine. Gu Shu hadn't done what others expected, putting the things he brought back from missions onto the market. He basically had them consumed internally within the Jiang City group, and what couldn't be consumed was stored. So, although they hadn't earned many crystal cores, they had a vast amount of various supplies. Jiang Zhuraichuan's next batch of space artifacts was already being manufactured and would be ready in 3 days. She planned to have Gu Shu first assign 500 of his elite warriors to her to fill their pockets. She was going to slowly build a massive supply team. Back in the car, Zhang Bubai, who had officially become her driver 2 days ago, turned around and said, "Miss Bian, the Base Research Institute has released a communication device. It just came out at noon." Oh. Commander Zhuge personally gave a speech, and Chu Yi introduced some of the principles and functions in public. They said 50 communication devices would be distributed randomly for people to try out first, and they will be officially for sale in 3 days. How much for one? It wasn't surprising that Chu Yi had produced a communication device. With Wen Mingli's help, it wasn't surprising what they invented. Moreover, they had produced communication devices a long time ago. The fact that they were only putting them on the market now was probably because their own internal needs were finally met. Very expensive. Zhang Bubai clicked his tongue. I heard the lowest price is 5 Tier 4 white cores. Bian Changxi frowned. Tier 5 crystal cores had already appeared, but they were few and far between. Moreover, the market for crystal cores had been rising lately. 5 Tier 4 cores was a significant amount of wealth. If space artifacts were sold, they would surely be even more expensive. Supplies were important, but crystal cores were even more so. Although they could hunt for cores themselves, not having some on hand in a team was also very dangerous. Communication device. In a dark room, Kay asked in surprise, a real communication device. Weren't they saying they were going to make some kind of space artifact a while ago? The respectful man in front of him replied, yes, it said they will be officially for sale in 3 days, and they're limited edition. They're developing fast. This Zhuge Yunma isn't completely useless, is he? Kay's tone held a hint of a senior's gratification at a junior's progress. Of course, it was very, very faint. The respectful man could instead hear the hidden irritation. The commander didn't like people who were stronger than him. Anyone who was stronger or ahead of him never met a good end. He asked tentatively, should we purchase some? Because of the 2 reborn individuals, Bian Changxi and Wen Mingli, certain developments in the Sioux City base were progressing at an excessive speed. Nowhere else in the world could one find a place that had already developed communication devices or space artifacts. How could this not make people envious and psychologically unbalanced? Who exactly is this genius? Kay asked instead of answering. Anyone could tell he wanted to take that talent for himself. The respectful subordinate immediately presented the prepared information. Chu Yi's name was very prominent. Sun Buchen's name was also mentioned. After all, he'd had a research team under him before. Lin Kun has already intimidated Sun Buchen, hasn't he? Yes, Sun Buchen is now swearing loyalty to the commander. He said he has a very important secret he wants to tell the commander in person. He still has secrets, Kay said in a light tone. Yes. Lin Kun was curious about that wood type and asked him about her. He looked very mysterious and then said those words. A wood type. Upon receiving the news from Lin Kun, Kay also became somewhat curious about the person named Bian Changxi. She had actually caused Lin Kun to fail. If it weren't for the fact that one of their men had been captured, and knowing that Gu Shu had likely guessed they were here and would be on guard, he would have had Lin Kun capture her. Are the supplies easy to carry? Kay asked another question. His thoughts and speech were always very jumpy. They were about to move soon, and carrying supplies was an issue. Space users were too rare, requiring a large number of trucks for transport. And having those people carry the supplies. Although Kay wasn't worried that those grasshoppers would dare to have second thoughts or escape his grasp, not being able to personally control the important assets was always a regret. During the days Lin Kun was undercover, he reported that Gu Shu likely had space artifacts. Space artifacts, simple and easy to understand. Given the name, no one wouldn't want to own one. Capturing someone and having them trade a space artifact for their release was not a bad idea. Have Lin Kun bring Sun Buchen here. And that invention, Maniac and the Great Doctor, bring them to me as well. Bian Changxi encountered Sun Buchen again on her way. Sun Buchen wanted to go north with Gu Shu and was extremely diligent and polite, almost entirely assigning Njibo to Bian Changxi's use. Bian Changxi threw him into the hospital as usual. Sun Buchen visited frequently, but Gu Shu almost never saw him, always having Xiao Feng step in to play Tai Kai. How could they possibly travel with Sun Buchun? Sun Buchun seemed to have been brushed off. His attitude today wasn't as amiable as before. Bian Changxi's car was stopped, and she lowered the window halfway. Sun Buchun's car was right next to hers. His expression was unpleasant. I heard the people from the Chaio base made a deal yesterday, and Major General Gu personally received them. Major General Gu truly has friends all over the world. The Chaio family of the Chaio base used to be in the coal business, so the Chaio base had a lot of coal. When the weather was hot, coal couldn't be sold for much. Their exchange teams mainly came to learn, seeing how the large base handled construction, and then sold some medicinal herbs, domestic poultry, and other rare items in exchange for necessary cheap daily supplies. Now that people were freezing to death, they finally brought out their coal, selling it with great pride. They still exchanged it for necessary daily items, but the initiative was now in their hands. Many forces were willing to pay a high price just to establish long-term cooperation with them. But every time, they were only close to Gushu. To others, they were only polite on the surface. Yesterday, the second in command of the Chaio base, Chaio Wei, was the first to arrive at the Jiang City Activity Center and talked with Gushu for a long time. Afterward, Gushu brought him back to Bian Changxi's place and hosted a banquet. Bian Changxi knew they were talking about leaving. The Chaio base was too small. Recently, it had been plagued by starving mutant beasts. This time it wasn't man-made. Those mutant beasts really wanted to eat people so badly they were going crazy. We're barely holding them off now, but once spring comes and the weather warms up, these animals will be even wilder. Even if we can endure it, this is only the first year. A small base like ours can't stand alone. There are even voices in the base saying we should merge with other bases. We thought that instead of being acquired, we might as well leave and find another way out. Chaio Wei's tone at the time was full of helplessness and dejection. Although there was an element of playing the sympathy card, it was certain they were overwhelmed. Their greatest reliance, coal, would eventually run out. Bian Changxi thought that Gushu had probably anticipated that under internal and external pressure, the Chaio family would want to leave, which was why he had included them on the list from the beginning. The Chaio family had the wisdom and vision to organize and build a base, and among the people they could bring, there were at least 1,000 people with excellent combat power. This was their capital, the part Gushu valued. Seeing that she seemed to be spacing out, Sun Buchun's face darkened. A Chaio Wei can make Gushu look at him differently, but Sun Buchun, can't even compare to such a young brat. Have you thought about the consequences of shutting me out? Bian Changxi snapped back to reality and looked at him. Mr. Sun has plenty of resources. Why not organize an operation yourself or follow some other big shot? With your weight, no one would dare not take your words to heart. Sun Buchun wanted to get close to Gushu because his strongman manufacturing effect was very tempting. Getting closer meant getting stronger. It was a great deal. But Gushu didn't give him any face at all, keeping him at arm's length even now. There was none of the pleasant cooperation or brotherhood he had imagined. Since his goal wasn't achieved, Sun Buchun wasn't the type of person who could lower himself to fawn over others. He wasn't going to waste any more time. If he couldn't have the meat, no one else would have the soup. He said with a dark face, "Miss Bian, don't be so arrogant. I know you're determined to leave, and I know your background. I can't do anything to you, but some people are the epitome of, if I can't have it, no one can. There's always someone in this world who can deal with you." His gaze and smile were full of malice and threat. A cold light flashed in Bian Changxi's eyes. She looked at him for a while and then smiled. "Don't trouble yourself." She rolled up the window and had Zhang Bubai drive. Since the day she fought Lin Kun, she had vaguely felt someone following her. She didn't know if it was Lin Kun himself, but the opponent's technique was very good and their strength wasn't low. Gushu and the others believed it was either Lin Kun or Kei's people. To avoid alerting the enemy during counter-surveillance, they spread eyes around their own villa and Sun Buchun's villa. Then, for several days in a row, people with mysterious movements visited Sun Buchun's house. Because the opponent's movements were small, they didn't act if the enemy didn't act. Sun Buchun, suddenly saying such things, probably meant some people referred to Kay. He was threatening her, saying he would tell Kay everything about her so Kay would deal with her. Really, just because of my status as a reborn person, anyone can point fingers and threaten me. After nightfall, 2 people dressed in black, blending into the night, appeared on the 3rd-floor terrace of the villa, looking at the neighboring villa for a breakthrough. The neighboring villa was heavily guarded, with bodyguards as numerous as clouds, each with great ability. Surveillance cameras rotated dutifully, and some places had gravity instruments, infrared, and so on. Sun Buchun was, after all, a very powerful person. He was a veteran who participated in the construction of the base, and 3,000 people in the army were awarded to him. He had many capable people under him. He had made his residence as secure as an iron bucket. But if Lin Kun could get in, others could too. The so-called iron bucket actually had many flaws. Moreover, his neighbor was observing and studying him every day. The man in black took the lead, easily leading Bian Changxi over obstacles and through the defense line. In the villa, under the dim lights and in front of the dozing nanny, they avoided infrared and laser devices and headed for the bedroom. Bian Changxi wore infrared goggles, her eyes wide as she marveled inwardly. They actually have these devices. Do they think this is a museum? In front of Sun Buchun's bedroom, low moans and growls came from inside. Yes, he had many women and a colorful nightlife. Bian Changxi, however, thought of a time she watched a live show and ended up being set up. She had asked Liu Ying afterward. He was outside the window. He said that the moment she was outside the window, Wen Mingli noticed. She had a strange bead that didn't light up normally, but would flash when there was danger. She didn't know if Sun Buchun had such a treasure. But after saying those words during the day, it was clearly a deliberate provocation. He couldn't be unprepared. To arrive at the bedroom so smoothly, anyone who wasn't an idiot would know something was wrong. Bian Changxi looked through the infrared goggles. Unfortunately, they couldn't penetrate walls, or she could have seen what was happening inside. The two looked at each other. Suddenly, a large amount of white mist filled the corridor, obscuring the entire world, including the extremely hidden surveillance cameras overhead. No one could see anyone. Mist emitted by an ability user wasn't something an ordinary person's vision could penetrate. Amidst the mist, a grenade exploded outside the bedroom door. Then, black-painted flying knives that were hard to distinguish flew silently through the air, shooting in from outside the door, along with white mist blades that swept across like streaks of light. Several muffled groans came from the room as bodies hit the floor. Someone rushed out, and a vine net already hanging on the doorframe dropped like a sack. The mist blades took the opportunity to strike. Bian Changxi also held a gun not far away, shooting at any red shadow that came out. Bang, bang, bang. Several people who came out fell. At this time, people hidden in other rooms and other parts of the villa also moved, coming out like a dragnet to catch a small fish. Bian Changxi curled her lip. As expected, it was a setup waiting for her. Sun Buchun really had no good intentions. This is fine. Your death won't be in vain. If he dared to threaten her, she would repay him heavily. Wen Mingli, with all her treasures, couldn't do anything to her. You, Sun Buchun, are just a mortal who can only use human wave tactics. Did you think you were so great? Suddenly, rope-like shadows began to dance on the ground. Those were the vines Bian Changxi had quietly released, spread throughout the corridor. They were flat before, but now they were not only thick, but also waving powerfully, immediately knocking down many of the people who rushed out. The seed-like stones, scattered on the ground, also sprouted and grew in the blink of an eye, instantly becoming large. Like monsters escaping from a demon-suppressing tower, they gracefully and flexibly entangled the people passing by.